Strengthening Vocational Education and Training. I am Sarah Salahuddin Mustafa from Kurdistan region of Iraq. I'm the founder of Connected MENA, an educational company based in Dubai that invests in AI literacy programs, AI-powered educational tools for K-12 teachers and students, and building schools with local curriculum but elevated ecosystems. We are targeting Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Iraqi market. I'm the first recipient of Middle East and North Africa Fellowship of Kennedy School, from where I got a master's degree in public administration. Prior to that, I was running Iraq's first educational social enterprise, through which we strove to bridge the gap between private and public education systems. And before that, I was into academia. I was building courses on conflict resolution and peace building for university students, and my research and work revolved around youth development and peace building. I came from Riyadh 2 days ago. I arrived in New York, and I'm happy to be moderating this meeting today. This is a very global gathering, and it will be a lively and interactive conversation. So we invite everyone to ask questions and share their perspectives and reflections. We will start the meeting with a short speech by the president and co-founder of Forum for World Education, Dr. Davis Cheng, who has an extensive background in world education and has built a network of leaders, educators, and innovators to develop ideas and actionable solutions to problems and challenges facing global education. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Davis Cheng.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I have to wear glasses, I'm sorry, okay? And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, good morning, and welcome to Forum for World Education Conference, Global Perspectives on Strengthening Technical and Vocational Education. It is my great honor to open today's gathering on behalf of the Forum for World Education, the organization dedicated to transforming education worldwide by connecting through leaders across sectors, from business and government to academic and civil society, to prepare the next generation for the rapidly changing world. Since its founding, FWE has built the global platform where ideas, innovation, and inclusion converge, working with partners such as OECD. FWE bring together with the community, and on behalf of that, education is not a mere domestic concern, but the global common good. We do the first mission, education is diplomacy. When nations learn from one another, when the students and the teachers cross the board, we build bridges where politics too often built the walls. Through education, we nurture empathy, respect, and cooperation, the foundations of the peace and the sustainable development. At the same time, FWE's second mission is to advance education as a driver of the economic development. Ensure that learning not only empowers individual, but also strengthen industry and the society. That is why today's conference focuses on the technical and vocational education, exploring how we can get in learning with the needs of the modern economic and empower young people with the skills to drive. Across the world, we face a growing skill gap. Students often graduate burdened by the debt, but unprepared for their jobs, while employers struggle to find workers with the right technical and practical abilities. Apprenticeship bridges that divide, combining classroom learning with paid hands-on experience and allowing young people to earn while they learn. Swiss model, the dual vocational education system, as a global benchmark. 2/3 of the Swiss young people often finish their low secondary school, training close more than 230 professionals. The model keeps young employment very low and ensure that education remains aligned with the labor market. The power examiner is the UBS the CEO, Imoti, the current chairman of the UBS. He began his career as a apprenticeship and a local bank in Louisiana. His journey proves that vocational education is not the second path, but the pathway to excellence and leadership. He is leading the world's largest bank, UBS, right now. And another inspiration figure is Oman Ahmed, the Swiss-American civil engineer who shaped the New York City skyline. After his apprenticeship at the Zurich Industry School and studied at ETH, he came to the US at 25 years old. What you cannot believe. He designed the George Washington Bridge and also Verrazano Narrows Bridge and the Lincoln Tunnel. His story shows how applied learning can build not just a career, but connections between nations. Switzerland, of course, is not alone. In China, vocational education has powered one of the world's most dynamic industry transformations. In Guangdong province alone, more than 500,000 technical school graduates into the electronic industry every year, filling the global supply chain. China's labor force market become the even of the world. As Apple CEO Tim Cook once said, we continue to manufacture in China, not because labor is cheap, but because no one can match their skill. He noticed that while the US may struggle to find a few thousand precision engineers in China, they could fill several football fields in just one province. 30 years ago, Apple chose China for efficiency and cost. Today, the story is no longer about cheap labor, but about scale density. The collective experience built through decades of investment in vocational education. On behalf of the FWE, welcome our delegation from Hunan. They just arrived yesterday, but they are with us. So they will share their experience. And we also have largest automobile company, a representative Geely company, and they built 8 universities in China. One company doing that, and the representative will join us as well. So, and I also want to introduce Education Council in New York and the China Council, Dr. Yu, and thank you for your coming. The United States and Switzerland have long worked together to promote partnership, and our presidents, starting from Obama, both countries renew their memorandum of the understanding, a partnership, deeply collaborate in workforce development and sharing best practice. And you couldn't believe in the US, and we have more than 8,000 Swiss companies investing in US, and they also working with our more than 10 states, and Minnesota, and Pennsylvania, Texas, and Colorado, and to engage partnership. Swiss company now invests over $350 billion in the US. Shipping near, we provide the 400,000 jobs, and especially in manufacturing and research. Sure how education skills and economic growth and deeply involved together. In the US, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has championed adopting the Swiss partnership model after they visited the Switzerland, and because the US has the government organization called the Association for Governors. All of the governors and visit Switzerland, and he is one of them. After he visited Switzerland, he adopted the Swiss model in his state. And important, he advised us, we need to adopt locally, do not transplant, and engage employers. Industry must help design and motor the ensure development. And he also said, ensure access and equality, and the partnership should reach all communities. Create clear pathways. Training should lead into long-term growth and opportunity. So, as we gather today, let us stress collaboration between business, education, and the government. Let us pilot programs, share ideas, and learning from one another, from Switzerland, from China, from the United States, from every nation represented here. And let us imagine the future where education opens doors not only to knowledge, but to opportunity, where young people graduate not with debt, but with skills and confidence, and where learning fuels both personal growth and shared perspective. Before close, I would like to express my heart appreciation to our leader, Professor Rebecca Miller, and your hard work make this conference possible. And also, Milka Becklin, and thank you so much for your work, and also our team, and the entire young people, and support this project. And now, I want to thank you, Bennett Zhao and Yiling Chen. They are here, and they are sponsor for our project. And they are very good business people in New York. And so, and I just want to thank you for everybody to be here. And thank you very much. Okay. Let us welcome the Councillor Yu, give us a little speech.
For distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear Dr. Davis. Dr. Davis introduced FWE, their mission and all the years' great work to promote education exchange, not only from education itself, but also from the government side, from business, and also different sectors. I think today, FWE chose a very great topic. Vocational education and workforce training is one of the key areas of all the countries that we are thinking about. So if I introduce, in China, there are over 1,600 vocational higher institutions. And one of them, two of the delegations, one is from Hunan province and the other is from Hainan. They specially flew over here, and I also want to extend our welcome for the Chinese delegation to join this event. After the Dr. Davis' speech, I recall very few work that I did before this position. And one of the key work we do between US and China, there was a dialogue on vocational education. So I had the pleasure of leading the Chinese delegation visiting the Department of Education, and both sides convened great talks. We invited different states representatives, schools joined together, industry people together to discuss education agenda, vocational education agenda. And also, before I came here, I was the vice chair of another organization called World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics. So people across different countries will join together and discuss educational cooperation. I just saw that today's event agenda, Swiss people, representative people, are also our key partners before. So I think this is a very heated topic that everybody is interested, and each country wants to promote, and every country wants to join together, learn from each other, implement its model into its locality. So we are very much looking forward to all the different perspectives from people sitting here and online. So I wish the great event a great success and everybody happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis and Mr. Yong'Eun. We will have Mr. Bentley Zhao on the podium, joining us on the podium shortly. Mr. Zhao leads New Empire Corp, one of New York City's most active real estate development firms, completing over 120 major projects. Mr. Zhao is also a committed community leader with a focus on education and sustainable city initiatives. He serves on the board of directors for Think Tao Daily USA, is an honorary professor at Huali College, and founded the Asian Commercial Real Estate Association to promote housing sustainability and diversity in real estate leadership. During the pandemic, Mr. Zhao made significant contributions to local hospitals and charities. Please join me to welcome Mr. Zhao to the podium.
Do we have a background, PPT? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Here is the clicker.
Okay.
And
Okay. Yeah, good morning, everybody. So I'm Benny Zhao. I'm also the board director of the FWE. So today, so we know that it's an important topic. We talk about the global perspective on strengthening technical and vocational education. So as an industrial leader, So I think I am the right person to talk about this topic, So I have so many titles. So the most outstanding title I have, the Lighter Achievement, both from Trump and Biden. Trump from 2018 and Biden 2023 for the Lighter Achievement from the president. Since I have served for the past 20 years for the different nonprofit organizations, including the FWE. So this is my company. We have been built 120 projects in New York City. So what's it mean? We have using so many blue-collar skilled workers in New York City. Right? Every block you see that we have a project in New York City. Right? So this is a picture. It's very clearly show how important. Right? I need to make sure everybody understands the chart here. He said, in critical skill role in the United States, only a small percent of the worker will stay in their job from 2022 to 2032. See the first one, right? Said the construction labor and helpers. So far, we have about 1.6 million in the entire USA, but only 169 will be the job keeper. We're going to losing 90% of the construction labor in our industry up to 2032. So how can we help solve this problem? Not only the construction labor. The second chart you can see from the electrician, also the welder, cutter, going to be the same problem. We're going to losing 90% of our workers in my industry, because I'm the industry leader for real estate and construction. So of course, for other field of that blue collar, can be same happen. But I focus for here. So I think that's why the purpose I joined FWE. I'm really strongly to think about how our country, how our, as an industry leader, how we will solve this problem. Right. So the next chart we talk about, right? For the criteria for the job ratio for blue collar field, only 0.13%. Meaning there are only 13 qualified workers for every 100 available position. The annual shortfall of about 360,000 credentials. So I think for this one is really need to help, not only the government, only all of the different school, technical school, able to set up for different technical credentials to solve this problem. Right. Everybody talking about the AI today, right? So how do our study? So only 4 jobs will not be replaced for the AI for the next, 10, 20 years. The first come out is a blue collars. I'm sure everybody know that, for handyman, who going to be able to solve the problem for your home leaking, construction, right? For that, anything happen for your home, right? So you're going to need the construction worker, blue collars. Right? The first one is important, right? So AI cannot be replaced. I think second one, we call senior blue collar for nurse, early childhood education, so psychology, social workers. The number 3, of course, Ivy League education for senior executive, scientists, research. I mean, this kind that, we cannot be replaced for AI in the next 10 years, probably. The last one, so for the sales consultant, negotiator, community service provider, so that also is hard to repay for the AI, right? So so important, for the government, we're going to know that how can we able to set up the different in the school. We promote for this kind of the credential to keep our continue for the labor worker. Okay, so the next page, we talk about compare to USA to the different country. Right, we see from here, the overall comparable ranking, the number 1 country is Germany, right? The German really have a very, very good vocational education system. It is basically from the government and also for enterprise together to make it happen. Have become the global benchmark, for how to able to raising the different skill labor, from German, The second country is Switzerland, right? Also, the Model Thai have the dual system from an industrial leader, right? Work with the government, right? Everybody know that. I'm sure today we have Switzerland represented here, able to talk about this further, right? The number 3 country is Singapore, also by the government lead model, And number 4 is South Korea. Number 5 is China, right? So we talk about China is a very heavy government lead model. Basically, I have a title from the honest professor for Huali School. It's basically a technical school, right? So they are not Ivy League school in China, but they have so many different technical, program in the school, from construction, architecture, nurse, or even though they have a subway in a subway station service position, So basically, they're raising a lot of that skilled labor to serve a different community, the government, right? The last one is Japan, right? Japan also enterprise driven model, but we know that, right? Japan is so many 100 years old company, so they dedicate to raising the next generation to serve their own company. I think this 6 country is a very good model for our USA country to learn about how can able to learn from the other country to help our company and help our country able to move for next 10, 20 years, compete with other country. Okay, so that's some summary I have, the challenge and list, right? So we see that here, investment in vocational and technology education continue, right? It may lead to industrial bottleneck, technology outgoing and external dispensing, and difficult to implement the AI innovation projects, right? If our government are able to continue to solve this problem, we definitely have some problem, compete with the other growing country, include China, Japan, other country, Simply don't have enough the skilled workers, right? So the number 2 is the policy recommendation and direction. I think we definitely need help from the federal, state, and local funding to continue for our vocational education, technical training, right? That could definitely help, right? Without that federal, state, or local city, New York City government help, for our educator, it's hard to do the job and talk about just inside our circle. So that's why Dr. Davis have this seminar to invite the different city agents come here to listen to us, right? Have our voice out, right? The number 3, we talk about case study, international perspectives. I just showed the chart, we learned about from German, China, Switzerland, right? So that's a model, so our country, our policy maker able to learn from, right? So good sample, we learn it, we improve our own system, right? Okay, so the last one, number 4, is to talk about future outlook and risk management, right? So after we learn from that so many different models, I'm sure after we're able to improve our system, I think in the next 10, 20 years, 30 years, our USA government able to come really still could be one of the best outstanding country, in the world. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley, for this insightful presentation. Now we will have our second.
Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah. We will have Dr. El-Isa Mohamedou, the director of OECD Center for Skills, joining us online. Dr. El-Isa, can you hear me? She's not hearing. We are not hearing you.
Can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Dr. El-Isa, it's good to see you virtually this time. We met last week in Saudi Arabia while you were representing OECD. Dr. El-Isa Mohamedou is...
Now I can hear the room.
Okay, thank you. Is Dr. El-Isa Mohamedou? Yes, we can hear you.
Since if I open the
Hello, can you hear me?
audio, you will have the echo. So
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I can't hear the room, I'm sorry.
hi, Dr. Yeah, turn out the let me do it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Apologies for this and apologies for not being with you. I'm going to take you through a presentation. I'm going to share my screen and hopefully you can tell me whether you can see the screen. Someone can tell me then if that works.
Yes.
Could I get a feedback that you can... Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. As I was saying, apologies for not being with you, and I hope I'll have an opportunity next time. But I'm currently on mission on the other side of the world. So I just wanted to take you a little bit through what we're doing at the OECD, and particularly at the OECD Center for Skills that covers the work of vocational education and training at the OECD. So we have been working on VET for many years, actually. We have explored different types of issues related to VET, particularly looking at how to build partnership with industry and engage employers in VET. And we've worked with the majority of OECD members and some non-member countries, as you can see here as well. Here you can see a sample of some of our recent work. So you can find, of course, more information on the website because everything that we do at the OECD is publicly available. So what we do is we're very much focusing on country-specific data and policy analysis. So here are examples on, for instance, looking at the case of Brazil or Finland, and then also thematic reports where we look into country case studies and we look particularly at thematic areas. One of them is the report I'll be talking today about, which is building future-ready VET systems, but we're also focused in the past on preparing vocational education and training teachers as well, and leaders in schools as well. So that's some of the work. Now, why do we focus on VET, and why does VET actually matter for us? So across OECD countries, nearly 1/3 of young adults hold VET qualification. So this is a significant share of youth, either at the upper secondary or post-secondary short cycle tertiary level. So in some countries, actually on the, I guess, left of your on your side, in some countries, especially those, VET plays an even larger role in educating the population and preparing individuals for the labor market. So the first reason is really the significant share of the population in OECD countries that is engaged in VET. Now, we also, what is interesting for us as well, of course, when it comes to VET, is that it combines academic learning with practical learning and training. And so it aims really to equip learners with the skills required in the labor market and really facilitates the transition of young people into employment, as the previous speakers were also mentioning. Looking at young adults, and that for OECD countries, it really is 25 to 34-year-olds. On average, those with vocational upper secondary education, so the equivalent of K-12 in the US, have higher employment rates than those coming from general upper secondary education. And so the differences really tend to be particularly interesting when it comes to later in life as well, even though they become a little bit less pronounced. So VET is a powerful tool not only to prepare individuals for jobs, but also and increasingly for further education as well. And so the short cycle tertiary programs, which in most OECD countries refer to higher VET, so in the US, I assume that would be including labor market-oriented certificates and associate degrees. They're also associated with strong labor market outcomes. So that's something that is particularly interesting as well, because it also brings the opportunity of flexibility and inclusions and the opportunity for learners from various backgrounds. Now, a lot of you, we all hear in all of the panels that we go to and the conferences we talk a lot about the several the mega trends and that are reshaping the labor market. And this also, of course, affects VET systems. First, of course, automation. Many jobs could be fully automated and others will change significantly. And that really has an impact when it comes to upskilling and reskilling particularly. And so we estimate at the OECD that about 28% of jobs are in occupations with a high risk of automation. Second mega trend, of course, is aging. And so in 2/3 of OECD countries, at least a quarter of the population will be over 65 by 2050, increasing the demand for lifelong learning. And also then, of course, the issue of skills and technology. Half of today's employment is in digital intensive sectors, but the issue is that nearly 1 in 3 adults lack significantly skills needed in this technology-rich world. So if you think about the workplace, that means sort of being able to adapt to new software or workplace technologies, to handle unexpected changes in systems or workflows, to use digital, of course, information to make decisions under time or resource constraints. So very much widespread in the activities, of course. And finally, the green transition, where employers are moving towards greener technologies and sustainable practices, which creates also new skills demand. So all of these trends highlight the need for VET systems that are flexible and responsive to change as well. Now, let's take a look a little bit closer at some of these issues. This one here shows that in the OECD, around 1 job in 4 is expected to change, driven by automation and new technologies. Many of these are semi-skilled jobs and roles, so both blue and white collar, and they're often filled by VET graduates. So the impact will be felt strongly actually in vocational fields. And this means that VET systems must adapt, and workers already in jobs will need also new training opportunities. And of course, with the rapid change and spread in AI, these figures could be even higher. But not all jobs are equally exposed. I think that's quite important, because if you think about it, there's some traditional VET occupations, like the typical examples is plumbing. These are often done in unpredictable spaces, and they may be actually less impacted and affected by some higher level office jobs. So it's a bit of a nuanced picture here. Now, the other, of course, emerging issue is, of course, the green transition. And so here we've been looking at this particularly recently as well, and we've been working on green transition, but looking at new technologies, new processes, and changes in how we work, of course, to cut CO2. That is reshaping, of course, the labor market. and it has a direct impact on VET. So the studies we have done recently, and we're continuing to work in this area, is that VET graduates are the most likely to work in jobs affected by the green transition. These include completely new roles, but also roles and jobs where content is changing and areas where demand for labor is rising. So a typical example is a car mechanic, so typical VET occupation, but with the introduction of electric vehicles, that means that the job description is actually changing significantly. And so VET programs must adjust the curricula to ensure that the graduates can work with these new technologies and that existing workers also need access to top-up courses as well. At the same time, many VET graduates actually are employed in high-carbon jobs, where employment is starting to shrink in a significant number of countries. So this creates, of course, the challenge of supporting workers with targeted reskilling so they can successfully transition to other employment. And let me just raise a point here because on the green transition, because in some, of course, some people are saying that there's of course no need to discuss the green transition, but if there may be some lesser political enthusiasm for green, but retreating, but the green economy is actually thriving. I just want to raise a few data points here. So renewables like wind and solar are cheaper than ever. In the first 6 months of this year, 2025, renewables generated more global electricity than coal for the first time on record. And in the opening speech mentioned China, where actually it's where China is building 70% of all new solar and wind projects globally and investing $220 billion in 54 countries since 2022 in global clean manufacturing. So this is for us still very much a policy area. Now, and referring to the report I was mentioning on Future Ready, in the recent project, we've been exploring these issues to help policymakers make VET more future ready. And so we focused on several key questions. So basically, what skills are needed for green jobs and AI-intensive occupations, how can these be built efficiently into VET qualifications? How can we strengthen foundational skills so that learners remain adaptable as jobs evolve? And I think that's a particularly important point because foundational skills in vocational education and training are a source of concern, so something that we're going to also be focusing on. Also, how do we best support people already in the labor market who need to upgrade their skills? So very much looking into higher VET and into adults in VET, and also working, of course, on improving the data, making it more reliable and comparable across some countries. VET is one area where we do not have that much globally data, and so we're starting a whole initiative that should come out with a global VET data report as well. Now, going into the core question of how do we make VET more future-proof, if you will, so some solutions are not new. Strong involvement of social partners, basically employers and employee associations. It really remains a key feature of effective VET systems. So employers know best what technologies they use and which skills they're needed to operate them. They also see firsthand how trends like the introduction of AI are shaping the companies and changing labor demand. One example I wanted to highlight particularly is how Denmark approaches this. And so it's a really good example of involving social partners at every level where important decisions about VET are made. And in the Danish model, for instance, social partners share responsibility for VET with public authorities. So at the national level, there is the National Advisory Council on VET. So it meets about 8 to 10 times a year, and it advises the ministry on the establishment of new vocational programs and changes in existing ones. And the council includes representatives of the social partners, local government, regional organizations, schools, teachers, student associations. Then there's at the sectoral level, there's about 50 trade committees that are responsible for more than 100 VET upper secondary programs, and they're composed of and funded by employer and employee organizations. And these trade commissions actually also update existing courses and they propose new ones. They define the learning objectives of these courses and the examination standards, and they decide the duration of the program, the ratio between college-based teaching and practical work in the enterprise. So they approve as well the companies that as qualified training establishments. So they're very much really involved in the development, if you will, of the whole process. And there's, of course, at the local level, there's local training committees, which work very closely with individual institutions, and they include also representatives of local employers and employees, and they're appointed by the sectoral trade committees. And so basically what happens there that the local training committees work closely with the colleges to adapt the content of the vocational programs to the local needs of the region. And so that really strengthens the contacts between the colleges and the local employers, and it supports as well the colleges with the delivery of the programs. Now, the pace of change, of course, now looking to the area of technology, of course, just sort of 2 years ago, hardly anyone outside the tech world had heard of ChatGPT and similar AI tools, and so now it's used by hundreds of millions of people every day. And in VET, involving social partners in the development and revision of qualifications is one area where we've looked at the use of AI in developing qualifications and curricula. And quite a few countries are now exploring the use of AI to identify emerging labor market needs and to integrate them more quickly into VET provision. And so we did a survey as part of this ongoing study that shows that AI is already being used to speed up work on VET qualifications. So an interesting case study where it goes from analyzing skills to needs to managing content and even drafting qualification standards. So a way of really speeding up the process that is quite interesting. But again, this is very new and it needs to be monitored, of course, carefully so we can understand how to use AI more effectively in VET. One of the other parts that makes really VET future ready is that learning through hands-on experience is very much what makes VET unique. And so in high-performing VET systems, like in Germany and Switzerland, you have the speaker right after the excellent example of Switzerland and Norway. Students gain this experience directly with employers. And so a strong work-based component gives them a taste of real work. And that's not only about developing technical skills, it's also refining essential transversal skills and basic skills that go from being on time, teamwork, and communication. And so here what we see in this chart is really that VET systems vary greatly in how much they use work-based learning. In some countries, VET is delivered entirely in schools, while in others, almost every program includes a work-based component. And the length of the training with employers also differs widely, from just a few weeks to more than a year in programs that may last 3 years. Now, there was a mention in the opening speech as well of apprenticeships, and that's a special type of VET, with learners typically spending more than half of their study time with companies, and it has proven particularly effective in supporting the transition to employment, making it really worth examining a little bit more in detail. So here we have some examples of common features of apprenticeship systems and how they differ across OECD countries. So first area of differentiation is, of course, on whether work-based learning is mandatory. In most OECD countries, it is. for example, in Germany, in Switzerland, and the Netherlands. But in countries like the UK or Australia, while apprentices may be employed, the training element on the job is actually not always specified. Another area of differentiation is the duration. Apprentices typically spend most of their program time with companies, but the exact balance between school and work can differ. Then another area is, of course, the status of participants. In many countries, apprentices have a special contract, but in others, like in Australia, England, or Canada, they are treated as regular employees. And of course, the area of wages. In most OECD countries, apprentices do receive a wage, but there are some exceptions. For instance, in Sweden, employers are not obliged to pay apprentices. And finally, as well, the role of social partners. They often play a decisive role, particularly in shaping workplace training and ensuring the system is aligned with labor market needs as well. So earlier I mentioned the technology and automation reshaping the job content, and so what we see here is looking at how VET is adapting to these changes. So we looked at apprentices in selected countries. We focused on countries like Canada and the UK, where apprenticeships are a form of employment, that makes it much more easy for us to identify apprenticeship positions in job vacancy data. That's the source we used. And both in the UK and Canada, STEM jobs actually are more common in non-apprenticeship positions. In Canada, it's only about 4% of apprenticeships that are also in STEM jobs, and in the UK, about 8%. And so this reflects not only the availability of STEM employment, but also the fact that apprenticeship targets different occupations and are offered at different levels. So it's interesting for us to see the jobs that are sort of the future jobs as they're considered, and where apprenticeship looks into this. So in Canada, you can see that apprenticeships are concentrated in traditional trades, while in the UK they can also be delivered in the post-secondary level and above. And it's an interesting way for us to look into also what kind of which sectors is apprenticeship provided for, and also the skills specific to STEM jobs. And we can see there as well a high level of IT and programming skills, and we're trying to look into a little bit the skills that would build a strong basic foundation. And what we can see, of course, is that the demand for these skills is becoming more universal, and this should be particularly considered when designing VET programs as well. So there's demand for stronger technical skills in VET. That was, sort of in the past, VET was sometimes seen as a dead end. It prepared learners for a job, and that was it. But this model no longer fits today's labor market, and jobs are changing and sometimes even disappearing, and people need to adapt. And so in many countries, higher level technical education, often short cycle tertiary, provides an effective pathway for VET graduates to upskill. So for instance, you could have an electrician with an upper secondary qualification updating their skills by entering the related engineering programs at a higher level. And this has quite a lot of advantages, of course, because they are applied in nature, they're shorter in duration than a bachelor's degree, and also less costly for both learners and taxpayers. As the opening speech was also saying, let's reduce the debt and focus more on acquiring the skills as well. But at present, these qualifications are still relatively limited. This is the one you can see here in green. And but many countries are planning their expansion, and so the one interesting example is the Irish apprenticeship model, which is delivered at this level. Is a good example of how these type of programs can provide highly skilled labor for growing high-skilled sectors as well. Now, particularly important for us as well is looking into provision adapted to different populations, from young people. I'm not sure if my slides are moving. If someone, yes, it is. There's a little bit of a delay, I think, here. And I think one thing I wanted to mention, of course, is looking into as well success lying in strong ties to the labor market. So 2 examples here in Sweden and Denmark. So the structure of the programs are shaped by employer input and labor market signals. There's a Swedish National Agency for Higher Vocational Education that works directly with industry to approve and monitor programs. And so that's particularly important and interesting. And in Denmark as well, the one I mentioned as well, the mechanism with the earlier. And so these 2 models show different ways of ensuring that higher level technical education remains closely tied to labor market needs. Yes, it is moving good. And so finally, what we also saw is that current trends are increasing the demand for upskilling and reskilling of adults, I think an important area. And vets can play a key role here. And in many countries, it already does, as you can see on this chart, and particularly the examples on the right. So, of course, training adults can be challenging, especially for those with lower level qualifications. But good practices that we have seen across our studies include targeted career guidance, particularly helping individuals identify their skills gaps. One important tool is, of course, modular qualification. So these allow flexibility and specialization through a mix of mandatory and optional modules, and it also makes it easier to update qualification because one module needs to, since only one module needs to be revised basically. And this allows learners to gain partial credit and even if they don't complete the full qualification. So interesting flexible processes. And again, lots of examples, Denmark, Finland, for example, where vocational programs are built around several steps and each corresponding to a specific competence. And once a learner finishes one of those steps, they can be recognized with partial qualification, which makes the skills of those who don't complete the full program actually more visible to employers. And because we're also looking into the area of skills first hiring as well, this is something that is particularly interesting. Just want to finish with some of the ongoing projects that we're doing. The one I mentioned on the global vet data. So current data, as I mentioned, is very much fragmented and because they're very different systems. And so we're going to try to identify and really put out there publicly the existing data, try to identify gaps, and hopefully with our member countries and experts worldwide, try to explore how we can address and develop new indicators. We're working on the use of AI in vet. I mentioned the one around qualifications, but we're also looking into how to support learners with special needs, and something that we will be looking also further in terms of how vet can contribute, but also have AI modified. Vet, we're also looking into apprenticeship in particular as an efficient form of training, and we're working here with countries on how to make their systems more effective. And of course, as I mentioned, just looking into strong foundational skills, because if we're going to talk about upskilling and reskilling, none of this will be particularly easy to do if we do not address the issue of equipping learners with strong foundational skills that also help them then gain advanced technical skills. And so we want to try to see how we can manage and achieve both. And with that, I think I finished the presentation and I'll stop sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Dr. Mohamedou. Unfortunately, we are not able to ask any questions because of the time. We will start our second session, which is about the Swiss.
I don't know about that. I can't hear anything, so.
Dr. Eliza Mohamedou, can you hear me? I think we will have to start our second session. Unfortunately, we could not ask Dr. Muhammadou any questions. Thanks for the insightful presentation. We will be talking about the Swiss VET model in this session. We have two speakers. Our first speaker is Dr. Eric Schwarz. He's the head of international affairs at the Swiss Federal University for Vocational Education and Training, the expert organization for VET of Switzerland. Dr. Schwarz works closely with international organizations like ILO or as a UNIVOC, a center for UNESCO UNIVOC. Previously, he worked at the École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne and at Swiss Post. He holds a degree in economy, University of Tübingen, and an MBA from the University of Lausanne. Dr. Eric Schwarz, can you hear me? Dr. Eric? He cannot, it says he cannot hear them.
If you don't use the mic, I can open the audio.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Eric, can you hear us?
Should be able.
Yeah, hello, good morning, good afternoon. I can hear you now, yes.
We can hear
you. So could you start now? Thanks.
Okay, can you hear me because I have an echo? Can I start? Okay, great. Yeah, so good morning, distinguished guests. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. Actually, I was supposed to be in New York today, but unfortunately, travel was not possible for me, so I'm very happy to be with you online. So, I would like to share with you the case of Switzerland. So, we heard already some information, some data about the different countries, and now I would like to share with you some information about the Swiss VET model. But before, let me just say a few words about the Swiss Federal University for VET, where I do work for. We are a public university, so the national expert organization for the development of VET in Switzerland. So we have a budget of about 48 million Swiss francs per year, and 40 million, so 80% coming from the Swiss Confederation. We are part of the federal department, so it's part of the Ministry for Economy and Education. Yeah, we are quite a long experience, so now more than 50 years old, and we are the unique accredited teachers university in Switzerland on a national level. 250 employees and 2,400 students. And then let me just summarize the 4 core activities of SUVET, which is the main mandate is actually to train the teachers and trainers of the VET schools and the training centers here in Switzerland. So here we talk about the pedagogical training. And then when we talk about the students, so we are not the classical universities where the students are 20, 22 years old. Now the average age of our students, so the future teachers, is 39 years. Because the future teachers coming to our university, they already have a strong technical experience and a technical diploma, and they come to our university to have a pedagogical qualification. The second one is the research and development part. So we have about 40 research projects currently. I come back to this also later. And the third mandate is that we work closely together with the business. So in Switzerland, it's the professional associations. They have to develop the occupations, so the qualification standards for each profession, and SUVET does support them to do it. And last but not least, also the international cooperation. Now this is just a few words about the Swiss Federal University for VET. Now, in order to understand the education system of a country, it's also important to understand the cultural context. So a few words about Switzerland. Switzerland is a small country with about 9 million inhabitants. It's a federal state with one confederation, and we have the 26 regional authorities, which we call the cantons. And this is also important when it comes to education, so the primary education, lower secondary schools are in the responsibility of the cantons. And when it comes to vocational education and training, this is a shared responsibility between the confederation and the cantons. Switzerland is a small country, but as you may know, we have the 3 main language regions with the German-speaking part, the French-speaking part, and the Italian-speaking part. And also when it comes to vocational education and training, there are these cultural differences. So when you travel from the northern part, from Zurich to Geneva, it's also interesting to see that the acceptance or the importance of apprenticeship is very high. Yes? I shared, no? Okay, all right. Okay, so we also have in the small country of Switzerland differences of the appreciation of the importance of vocational education and training. And when we talk about the economy, we have a lot of small and medium enterprises, so less than 250 employees. So these are the backbone of the Swiss economy, and also when it comes to vocational education and training, they play a very important role. When it comes to the innovation, so now I think for the 14th year in a row, Switzerland is top ranked in the Global Innovation Index, and there are several reasons for that. But one reason is also the vocational education and training system in Switzerland. Yeah, so Switzerland, it's important to emphasize VET has a long tradition. So the first VET law was adopted in 1930, so almost 100 years ago. So of course the system in Switzerland has grown, and it was always led by the companies, by the business. So just to give you also two examples here. We already heard about UBS, about Mr. Amotti, but here I have 2 other examples. So one started with an apprenticeship as a commercial employee, then he did an apprenticeship as a bachelor and then worked for 20 years in retail. And now, this person, so he's Mr. Wies, he's the CEO of Coop, so the biggest retail chain in Switzerland with more than 95,000 employees. And another example, after starting high school, this person did an apprenticeship in agriculture. Then he continued on higher vocational education and training in agriculture and winemaking, and then worked for 20 years in the agricultural sector. So who is this? Yeah, it's Mr. Palmer. Actually, it's the current Minister for Education and Economic Affairs. And by the way, next year also the President of the Swiss Confederation. So these are two examples of about 70,000 students that starts each year a VET program. So we already heard this represents about 2/3 of the school graduates after compulsory school. They can choose among 250 professions in Switzerland which are regulated and recognized on a national level. Most of these programs, so 90% in Switzerland of these VET programs are dual, so apprenticeships. So together with the company. And only 10% are fully school-based. So we talk here now about the apprenticeship. As the companies, of course, they have an important role in these apprenticeship programs. They offer the training places, but they are not obliged to do so. But nevertheless, about 1/4 of all the companies in Switzerland who would be able to train apprentices, they do train the young people. And last but not least, I mentioned the importance of the small and medium companies. So almost half of the apprentices, they learn and work at companies with less than 10 employees. So let's have a look at the Swiss education system. So you see it here. After compulsory school, the young boys and girls leave with an age of 15 or 16, and then about 2/3 going here on the left side to vocational education and training, and 1/3 to general education to the high school. And then we have also on a tertiary level, we have of course the academic education with universities and the universities of applied sciences. But then what is quite unique and important in Switzerland, we have also the higher vocational education and training, which we call professional education and training, also on a tertiary level. Oh. You see here, you have here the overview of the whole system. I won't go into detail here, but just to see here on upper secondary level, so the main program for vocational education and training leads to the federal diploma of VET, and these are 3 or 4 years programs according to the profession. So 3 to 4 years together with the company, of course. And with this diploma, you have a good qualification which is recognized on the labor market, and you can do work in a company. Or another option is to continue the training on a tertiary level and go here. As I mentioned before, there is this professional education and training on a tertiary level. And these programs last about 2 years for the colleges. And then on the left side we have the federal examinations, which are regulated by the professional associations. And then on the other side, you can continue also with the federal vocational baccalaureate, and then you have access to the University of Applied Sciences and the universities. And the other way around as well. So this is just to share with you the permeability of the system, which is also very important for the reputation of vocational education and training. So you can start here on the left side with the VET program, and with a PhD at the university. All right. So this is just for the business here. This is the this here program we can follow up with the norm type, which are the three police as a cook, as a chef, or a service specialist. And then you see here on the top, this is the higher vocational education and training, where you can continue the education with a more specific program or program based on management skills. But the most popular profession, so it's not a chef or it's not in the hospitality sector. So the most popular profession in Switzerland when it comes to the apprenticeship, you see it here, is the commercial employee, followed by the IT specialist and the retail clerk. So you see here the 10 most popular apprenticeships of the young people. And which is also quite interesting. I've said before we have 250 professions in Switzerland, and actually these 10 most popular represents 50% of all the apprentices. So you see, we have the other half of the apprentices are doing the other 240 professions. So you see there are also a lot of small occupations, a lot of small professions in Switzerland. So how does it work, the dual system? So when I leave the school, 15, 16 years old, so I have to apply to a company, I have to write my CV, a motivation letter. Then hopefully I get invited to an interview, maybe to a trial, and then I get a contract. So this is the condition to start the apprenticeship, to have a contract with the company. Then from the first day of the apprenticeship, actually I go 3 to 4 days per week in the company, get training there, but later on also work on real products and real services. A small salary is paid by the companies. It depends on professions, let's say about 500 Swiss francs to 1,500 Swiss francs per month in the last year of an apprenticeship. Then on the other side we have the vocational school, so where we have general education and vocational subjects. So there the apprentices go 1 to 2 days per week to the school. And in Switzerland actually we talk about the dual track program, but actually we have 3 learning venues. So the apprentices go 10 to 20 days per year. They go to branch courses at branch training centers where different apprentices coming from different companies coming together in one location. As I said, we have a lot of small companies, so here in these training centers it is ensured that the apprentices get the competencies of all the competencies of the sector and of the profession. So here we have all the state-of-the-art infrastructure in these training centers. Okay, so which is important to emphasize, we heard already also in the last presentation about the partnership. So VET in Switzerland is based on a public-private partnership. And actually this is the first article in the WET law in Switzerland. That we have these 3 partners and they have to work together. So we have the Confederation, which is responsible for the strategic management, and they approve the qualification standards for each profession. Then we have the cantons, so the regional authorities. They run the vocational schools, and also the career guidance offices to support the young people in their career choice. And they supervise the companies if they fulfill the criteria to train the young people. And last but not least, I would say the most important, so the private sector, represented by the professional associations here in Switzerland, and they're in the driver's seat, so they are responsible for the training content. And yeah, for each profession we have a commission which is led by the professional associations. We have also teachers there, we have the social partners, and also the confederation in there. And at least each 5 years a profession has to be analyzed. Are the competencies which are defined there, are they still up to date, or do they have to be revised, or even has a new occupation, a new profession to be developed? The system, of course, the private sector, so the companies, they have, as you have seen, they have really an important role. So they are in the driver's seat, and about 1/4 of the companies, they do offer these training places for apprentices. But why do companies, they offer these possibilities? Why do they train apprentices? So first of all, they want to ensure the qualified employees with the required competencies. So after the apprenticeship, the company is not obliged to take over the apprentices, and the apprentice is not obliged to stay within the company, but around about 55% of the apprentices, they stay in the company. So they ensure these qualified employees. Then second, as I said, there is a long tradition. We have a lot of family-owned companies in Switzerland, and it's a bit in the DNA of the companies to train the young people and to offer this apprenticeship. Third, it's also a reputation for the host company, so especially for the small businesses. So you see here this sticker on the slide. I'm a training company, and for the small companies like a butcher or baker in the village, they can put this on the entrance door to show that, yeah, I take care of the young people, I'm a training company. And last but not least, it is financially beneficial for the companies to train the young people. And this is the last topic I wanted to touch upon. So let's talk about the money. So it costs a lot of money, the VAT in Switzerland, and you see it here. About 10% is owned by the Confederation, not federal state, about 30% by the cantons for the vocational schools and career guidance, and the biggest part is borne by the private sector, so by the companies. So why do they train? We have heard some reasons for that, and I said also it's financially beneficial for them. So this was are the results of a study that Suvet conducted a few years ago. So you see here for the companies in average, they earned 3,200 Swiss francs per training year and apprentice. Because they do offer the training, but as I said, after 1 year, after 2 years, the apprentices are productive, so they work on real products, on real services, and therefore they have also a productive output. Yeah. So for example, you see it here for the 4 years apprenticeships, we have the electrician, the carpenter, draftsman. Where it is the companies, they earn money while training the apprentices. On the other side, we have other professions like polymechanics, where it's an investment to train the young people, but nevertheless the companies they do it, they train the young people, and normally it's in the first 2 years of the apprenticeship they get training because how do you say, there are high skill demands, so they cannot work as from the beginning, for example, as polymechanics. Alright, so the next cost-benefit study conducted by Subit, so will be published actually in the next month, so in November 18th, and it should also be available in English. So there will be then the new year's results. And last but not least, I want to close with the benefits for the different parties. So, the dual system in Switzerland actually is the they get job prospects by training and recognized qualifications in the labor market. Companies, as well, they qualify to the workforce. They can offer this cost-effective training, and also it leads to the economic competitiveness and increases the innovation capacity. And for the state, as mentioned by Ms. Davis at the beginning, in Switzerland we have a very low youth unemployment rate. And it's also important to have the right mix of skills. It's not a competition between the academic and the education, but so thank you very much for your attention. And I'm at your disposal if you have any questions or remarks. Thank you.
Hearing us?
Hi, Mr. Aaron.
It's okay. You can just try to. Can I use this mic? Thank you so much. Obviously, we are not able to ask questions. We don't have much time, and we are facing some technical issues. Dr. Eric, can you hear me? He's not hearing me. I will be introducing our second speaker. Yeah. I'll be introducing our second speaker, who's with us here today in the meeting, and hopefully we will be asking the audience to engage in the conversation with questions. I'm glad to introduce Mr. Dwayne Hughes. Mr. Dwayne is the chair of UBS Americas Advisory Council. He's a cross-border M&A and securities expert with over 20 years in global finance, including leadership roles at Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, and Oric. He serves on several nonprofit and academic boards and is recognized for the leadership in talent development and workplace culture. Is my voice echoing? He is the recipient of numerous awards for his leadership in talent management in corporate environments. Mr. Hughes serves on the board of the Thomas Jefferson Foundation as board secretary of the 30 West 44th Street Foundation's The Penn Club, and is a board member of the Lauder Institute Advisory Council of the Wharton Graduate School of Business. He holds JD, MBA, and MA degrees from the University of Pennsylvania and BA degree from Howard University. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Hughes.
I'm vertically challenged. Hello? It's like the voice of God, 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 God. Oh, okay. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? All right, well, my goal is to see if we can get you back on schedule. So I want to be brief to get you onto the break, but definitely leave some time for Q&A. This was, first of all, let me say thank you for inviting me, and welcome to the Penn Club, okay? My name is Dwayne Hughes. Again, truly honored. I'm here on behalf of UBS. My main job here is to elaborate on the example of Sergio Amati as the example of apprenticeship gone right in a beautiful way. And that's what I plan to talk about, and a little bit about my own personal story. So the setup here for the agenda was really outstanding. The OECD data leading to the Swiss example, then leading to me representing UBS to give the Swiss example in terms of the best potential outcome. So Sergio, our CEO, began in Lugano, Switzerland in the mid-'70s, the son of a sports teacher. He had dreams of becoming a professional footballer. For those of you Americans, that's soccer. Thank you for that. I'm working on it, timing. At the age of 15, rather than continuing on an academic track, though, he began a 3-year banking internship at Cornea Bank. He learned by doing, managing account ledgers, assisting with the foreign exchange transactions, serving clients face-to-face. He recalls how hands-on training and trust from colleagues let him take real responsibility and make decisions, and even save enough from a meager salary to buy his first motorbike. It was about learning integrity, teamwork, and humility that comes from accountability. Sergio, to this day, credits his apprenticeship years as the crucible that shaped his technical skills, client focus, and leadership philosophy. And that experience really does permeate throughout UBS. Of course, you heard all about the Swiss program, and Sergio is the product of that exact program. And that model has really informed what we do around the world. So Sergio earned then a Swiss federal banking diploma, later studied at Oxford, but it was the foundation of his apprenticeship, immersed in the grit and craft of banking, that fueled a rise from apprenticeship to CEO of UBS, guiding the bank through transformation into a global powerhouse. And as you know, Sergio came back to lead us through the acquisition of Credit Suisse, which is the largest post-COVID acquisition of a bank of a globally systemic financial institution in the world. We are therefore the largest Swiss bank in the world. So inspired by stories like Sergio's, UBS deeply invested in youth development through skills building experience. Our Optimus Foundation, which is our philanthropic wing and impact investing strategy, foster projects to elevate educational attainment and youth outcomes. We believe learning happens best when it's practical, relevant, and when young people have access to real-world opportunities. So across our global footprint, we have our Global Talent Program for high school graduates in Switzerland and elsewhere, and for college graduates here in the United States. Our own Shirley Stewart is here. She's a GTP graduate of my alma mater, Howard University, and came from college to us. But the graduate talent nomenclature is applicable to high school in Switzerland, but also we use the GTP nomenclature in the United States. And I brought a young person with me in order to reduce the average age in the room a little bit. So we use IT upskilling skills, bridging youth into careers required by the digital and information-driven economy. Of course, our tech department, all of Wall Street companies, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, et cetera, we're all tech companies, or we want to be. And especially in technology, as we've heard, it's especially important to have those pipeline programs from high school. One of the things, let me just take a pause here and just say one of the things that I'm seeing in the labor market right now is that young people coming out of college who are not able to get jobs right away are taking a longer time to find a job. The ones that have a job are staying in those jobs relatively well, but we're hitting a little bit of a divide between the haves and have-nots and less liquidity in the labor market. And so the fact that the initiative of having pipeline programs that build that gap for those that don't have those immediately applicable skills is very, very important. And so I really applaud what you're all doing here at the Forum for World Education in that respect. And as representing a very large employer, it's very important to have that diversity in the marketplace of those with an academic program that come out that have all the other skills, but maybe not have the technical skills combined with the pipeline technical program. Makes sense to have both tracks, if you will, from a U.S. perspective. So one standout initiative is our Skills for Success pilot in Singapore, designed to democratize access to training for high-tech jobs. It's an innovative finance model that connects our employee to the needs of training providers, and that has been verified. So we're doing work around the world, and Singapore is an example. Let me connect this to my own story. My journey began with early summer jobs. I've been working since I was 13 years old. It's a very U.S. tradition to, sort of pull yourself up from your bootstraps if you have bootstraps. I was a caddy at a golf course. I used to wash dishes in the summer at restaurants and fast food and the like. And those early those early skills, opportunities for me gave me a lot of the acculturation skills that then helped later on in my career. Finally, there was a program called Sponsors for Educational Opportunity, SEO, which is a pipeline historically for underrepresented people of color to receive opportunities to get onto Wall Street because we're typically not naturally networked into those opportunities. And that was a bridge in between the academic experience and industry that was also important, provided in the private sector. By the way, I should say thank you very much for the upgrade in title. I love hearing doctor before my name, even though that wasn't one of the degrees that I received from Penn, but it was definitely a good look. So let me just close by saying Sergio Armati's journey from a humble Swiss apprentice to a global CEO shows what's possible when vocational education is given room to flourish and when young people are trusted to make a real difference. At UBS, we are proud to champion these pathways, and I urge all of you, educators, employers, policymakers, to keep investing in talent and promise of the next generation. Let us mentor and empower students and apprentices everywhere so that every person can step onto their own on-ramp opportunity and build a life and career of purpose. Thank you. So I did get us back on schedule. I think we're only 2 minutes late, but should I take a question or two?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, so if there's a question or two, not going into your coffee break too much, I'd be happy to entertain it, to the extent that I can in a room of experts in a field in which I'm not an expert. So, yes.
Hi, as I noticed when there were discussions of the Swiss model and some of the earlier presentations that a lot of the jobs that apprenticeships go into in other countries are jobs that traditionally in the U.S. employers are looking for a university degree for. So how do we get employers in the U.S. to maybe let go of that idea that you have to have a university degree even if it's in something not really applicable, but that would be better than an apprenticeship?
No, it's a really, really good question. I guess I can hopefully wax eloquently for a minute or two on it. I think that you're seeing the obvious return on investment in the tech side. So the Googles, the Microsofts, and others and like, they really do have more on-ramp programs than those of us. We're a financial institution, which we have to be a tech company to an extent, but we're still a little bit, if you will, we are on the front foot finance, but not on the front foot in tech. The company, the industry that have the immediate applicability in technology, Silicon Valley and the like, you'll see them to be ahead. They have the more obvious business case. I think that going forward, if we continue to see difficulty in bifurcation in the labor market and continue to see, incoming young talent that requires longer up-ramp to be profitable and useful for us, they'll continue to be, more of a direction toward vocational on-ramp. However, having said that, I believe that probably the biggest developments to help bridge this gap will happen in not-for-profit and perhaps for-profit small entrepreneurial boutiques that we will then rely on to provide us that talent. I think that's more likely. And you are seeing there's a number of tremendous entrepreneurs who are providing those intermediary systems that come to large companies like us, and then we say, absolutely, SEO is a program exactly like that. Of course, you're going to college for that, but that equivalent in the vocational space, there's a lot of effort there. And those areas should be funded and that should be sort of supported, because just like, most of us are not doing too much native software development. Again, there's some, but the major innovations are done nimble in smaller businesses and the like, and the winners from that are going to be sort of levered by companies of our size. Does that make sense? Hopefully. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So you have lots of experience in the private sector. What do you think are the best ways to bring on board employers and engage them in shaping vocational education and training to make sure that it meets the needs of them?
Yeah, that's another great question. I feel so fortunate to have had the opportunity to lever these prior speakers, because that's what I'm going to do. All right. So there was a slide done by the last speaker, Eric Schwers. Maybe I'm pronouncing his name correctly. If it's German, it's probably Schwers. He had a nice slide that talked about the money, right? That last slide where he was showing the return on investment. That's what you really have to show. So for example, SEO, Sponsors for Educational Opportunity, they basically, they grew to, they have an endowment in the tens of millions, and they provide 2,000 students to Wall Street because they were able to show Wall Street firms that if you hire an SEO student, it dramatically reduces your recruiting costs. And the SEO does all the vetting. So the same thing sort of needs to happen in the vocational space, where you'd show mathematically that the amount of time that you're training some student, let's say has a liberal arts degree. I have a liberal arts degree, so I'm like speaking against interest here. But someone who came in and they're not plug and play day one, that takes 6 months to a year to be honest, 2 full years to up ramp, can happen much faster with someone from a vocational program. If you're relieving them of the recruiting, you're increasing retention, and you're providing skills right away where they can sort of immediately hit the ground running. I think it's that math that has to be shown to the employers for them to upscale, up ramp the program. Very similar to how they showed in Switzerland. I don't think it's intuitive for most of Wall Street outside of the technology departments right now, to your point.
Do we have any more questions? Reflections? Thank you so much.
Thanks for your attention. Okay.
And you will hopefully get your PhD very soon. Thank you so much. We will take a break for 10 minutes. We will be back to the hall sharp at 11. Please take your time and enjoy your coffee outside. And we will start the next session at 11. Thank you. We have been hearing from amazing speakers. Thank you. Wow, this is interesting. Okay. This is a skill which I don't have. Let me try it. Thank you. Thank you so much. We had an amazing session about the landscape of Switzerland when it comes to VET. In this session, we'll be talking about the United States. We will be hearing from 2 incredible speakers with amazing background. I'll be introducing our first speaker. Please keep your questions till the end of the panel. We have Dr. Tristan Denley with us, the Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs and Innovation of Louisiana Board of Regents. Dr. Denley is an innovator in higher education policy and student success strategies. He has earned numerous national and international awards. Dr. Denley was selected as one of the Washington Monthly's 16 most innovative people in higher education in 2016, and one of the Center for Digital Education's top 30 technologists, transformers, and trailblazers. He was invited to the White House to address recipients of President Obama's First in the World grants, and he was recognized by Education Dive as one of 5 higher education leaders to watch. His recent accomplishments include the development of a comprehensive system-scale student success strategy, the Momentum Year, a strategy that increased system-wide 4-year graduation rates in Georgia by 20%. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Tristan.
Well, it's great to see everybody. Thanks so much for the invitation today. So what I want to do is, I guess, to keep the theme going and to talk a little bit about what it is that we're doing in Louisiana to try to create a talent pipeline. Just as we've heard that we've had tremendous models all over the world, and we're trying to learn from those models in Louisiana and really trying to implement that. So what I want to do is to talk about our strategic plan. The Board of Regents back in 2019 actually put in place a strategic plan called Louisiana Prospers, and that's the basis of the idea to try to, through education, enable a state which we know in the past has been significantly impacted by multi-generational poverty, to try to break that sort of connection between multi-generational poverty and prosperity for the state. And what we know is that the secret of that is education. And so the central aim of that policy change and that set of priorities was to increase the educational attainment rate for the state from where it was, which was around 40-something% of people who had some credential of value, to 60%. And we can talk about why 60% and what that means and all of that in just a second, but that's the basis. Just again, to give some sort of idea, more than likely most people don't know what education looks like in Louisiana. Altogether, we have 28 public universities and colleges. That spans everything from completely open access 2-year institutions, community and technical colleges, all the way to 4-year universities, including LSU, A&M, who more than likely you've watched them play the other kind of football at some point. But we have, as I say, 13 other 4-year schools. But as well as that, we have a whole set of completely independent private institutions, including Tulane and a whole bunch of others. And then as well as that, we have well over 150 proprietary institutions that do all kinds of vocational training, as well as a whole suite of other institutions that aren't even based in the state that certainly sure enough offer education there. So it's a lot of institutions. All of those kind of report through the Board of Regents, which is the coordinating agency that I work with. Well, so I said to you that we aimed for 60%. I'm hoping that at that point you were thinking, well, how's that going? And so this is where we are, that we are currently at 52.5%. I just unveiled that at our board meeting just a few weeks ago in September. That doesn't really tell the story at all, right? It's just a snapshot. This is what the picture looks like. That since you can see back in 2014, when we began this work, where our educational attainment rate was in the mid-40s, we have been all over the place. And if, for those of you in the United States, you know that in those times, Louisiana has been impacted by basically anything you could imagine. Hurricanes, tornadoes, natural disasters, there's a pandemic that happened too, and all of those kinds of things. But the state has persevered through all of that. And since 2022 or so, you can see that we really have turned the page on making progress towards that attainment goal of 60%. I do want to sort of think through a little bit the impact of this. So first of all, I know it to be the case that everyone in the room will agree that simply having a high school credential today It's just simply not enough to be able to have a prosperous existence, at least here in the United States. To be able to support yourself and your family, a high school credential is no longer even close to being enough. And so if we are about trying to undo the effects of multi-generational poverty in the state, enabling students to have something past high school is utterly crucial. So in other words, every student that we are graduating here, they are the first, often, of a sequence of people who will now have post-secondary credentials. We talk a lot about first-generation students. First-generation students are very rarely last-generation students. And so we are really talking about a new dynasty of people who now have credentials that have not been part of their family tradition before. That transforms their lives, transforms the lives of their communities. Similarly, each of those 1% gains, I don't know about you, but often 1% change in something is not particularly impressive. 1% really doesn't mean much unless it's in your mortgage rate or something like that. But 1% here is 23,000 people across our state. So from here to there, from 21 up until 2025, you can think of that as a packed football stadium full of people all cheering because now they have a credential that has changed their lives and the future of their family. That's a powerful picture. And as we've said, really, education is, in fact, the only way to disaster-proof your life. All kinds of statistics post-Katrina to see that the people who were able to weather, no pun intended, the impact of Katrina were the people who had education. Those who did not, it was a tough comeback, and many people are still trying to recover 20 years later. All right, so that was one of our goals. Another of our goals was just simply scale, to enable the mechanisms in Louisiana to be able to have many more people to be able to earn credentials across their lives. When we began this work, about 40,000 people each year were earning credentials in Louisiana. You can see that as of last year, that 40,000 is now 80,000. 80,000 people last year who completed credentials of vast value past high school. That's again 80,000 families where their lives will be transformed in the future. There we go. So what do they do with those credentials? Of course, they do all kinds of things. In our state, we have ways to be able to think about the occupations that people do, the employment that they have, and we have a sort of a star rating that talks about not only for an occupation, is it an occupation that is in significant need? Is it in demand? Does it give high wages? So in that sense, that star, the higher the stars, the better on that kind of a outlook. You can see that overwhelmingly, the people who are earning those credentials from our institutions of higher education today, overwhelmingly, they are going on to get exactly those kinds of jobs that do what we would like them to do, to earn that family-supporting wage that allows them and their families to be able to be prosperous just in the ways that we were hoping. On an ongoing basis, I think it is very helpful, at least from my perspective, when out of my office window, if I look across there, I can see the state capitol. When I talk to legislators in the state capitol, I want them to know that the cost of higher education is not a cost. It's an investment. It is an investment in the people of Louisiana, and it is an investment that is repaid multiple-fold through their lives. Those 80-something thousand people that just graduated just last year, across the remainder of their working lives, will earn together about $82 billion more than had they stopped at a high school diploma. There are all kinds of other important benefits to that education. They're much less likely to be ill, much less likely to be needed to be supported by the state, much less likely to be incarcerated, much more likely to live happy and prosperous lives. All of those things are true, but it's also the case that they will earn significantly more. They will be able to return that earnings to themselves, their families, and their communities. And of course, it's also the case that they pay taxes, And those taxes more than repay the investment that the state made for them. In fact, our estimates is it's well over an 8-fold return across their lives. So, important for legislators to think, as I say, about that work that they do as not a cost, but an investment. All right, so where did that 60% number come from, and does it have any relevance today? So originally, the 60% number came from Georgetown studies, and I'm sure many of the people are familiar with that work. Today, I'd rather look at this analysis. So we used Lightcast to compile this data. The outside is an analysis of job postings in the state of Louisiana over the last 12 months, where what I've done is I've categorized those positions just simply based on what is the educational attainment that that employer wanted for the person that they were looking for. Does that make sense? So those positions that specified an educational level, we just simply collected them together, and you can see that 32%, that's jobs that said a high school diploma is enough. The other 68% of jobs, they want something more. 19% wanted a certification, an industry-based certification or short-term workforce credential. Another 11% wanted an associate's or a diploma. 25% wanted a bachelor's degree, 8% a master's degree, 5% a doctoral degree. So you can see that the 60% is already here. For new jobs, it's already the case that 68% of employers in the state of Louisiana are asking today, we want people who have those credentials that are more than a high school diploma. It's not some just sort of random number that got picked out on a piece of paper 20 years ago. It is, in fact, the case, a statement of the reality today. And so in doing the work that we're doing, we really are speaking to the needs that employers are expressing right here, right in Louisiana. I'm sure it's no different here in New York if I looked at the numbers. On the inside, I already said to you that 52.5% of our population now have a credential past high school. Well, what about the other 47.5%, you can see have that high school diploma. You can see how it all breaks down. The trouble is that we're short everywhere. You can see we don't have enough people who have certificates, associate, bachelor's, master's, doctoral, all the way across we are short. And so, again, this is an important point for us to make to legislators who sometimes say, you know what, there is a skills gap. We don't have people to be able to fill the jobs. The reality is that's right, but we don't have those people because there simply aren't enough graduates to be able to fill all of the need that exists. The demand that exists right now is simply because we're not educating enough people. So, what should we do about that? So, well, the first thing we should do is try to get this slide to come back. There we go. Look at that. There we go. So, high level, what we should do is increase college going, improve student success, and then recognize credentials of value. So I'm going to just kind of quickly dig into each of those just to tell you what the kinds of things that we're trying to do. First of all, recognizing all credentials of value. So if I was talking about this, I don't know, certainly 10 years ago, but maybe even 5 years ago, everything we would be talking about today would be all about credentials that begin with a D, degrees and diplomas. Not true anymore. Absolutely the case now that as well as degrees and diplomas, we need to also be talking about all kinds of certifications, certificates, industry-based credentials, short-term workforce training. Is there anyone in the room who likes the term non-credit, which is, I think, a uniquely American term to describe the kind of collection of things that I've talked about? There aren't many things in life where you talk about things by what they're not. But non-credit is the term we often use here in the United States. We've tried to remove that term in Louisiana by referring to these credentials as what we call validated skills and learning, to, again, try to refocus the way in which we think about such credentials. It's also the case that when I was in Georgia and now in Louisiana, I was involved in creating a new kind of degree, the Nexus degree. The Nexus degree is the first new kind of degree in the United States. And the idea is, in more than 100 years, and the idea is really to try to create a 60-hour credential that involves both undergraduate, lower division, and upper division credit, but also builds in a required internship, co-op, clinical placement, in many ways inspired by the model that you've seen in Switzerland and we've talked about already. So recognizing credentials of value. There we go. It's also the case that we are in a very intentional way trying to curate the set of kinds of degrees and diplomas and credentials across the state. So today, it is the case that to have new degrees approved in the state of Louisiana, you need to make a very clear case of a connection between that training and what might happen afterwards. Certainly completely reasonable that a degree might lead to a whole bunch of different kinds of occupations, but thinking about what they are and how you might mesh what that education is with all of that kind of future picture, utterly critical. Same when it comes to modifying existing degrees, because the reality is that most people earn degrees and diplomas and certificates that have been around for a very long time. And so much of the work we have to do is to modify what we currently have. But that academic planning work is really important. On the other end, increasing college going. Not going to get anywhere close to where we are by not doing that. Actually, in Louisiana, college going out of high school had been on a steady decline for about a decade. The pandemic certainly didn't do that any favors, as you might imagine, but it certainly did begin there. It began long before. And so what we've been trying to do over the last few years is really to try to improve college going both for adults and for high school students. For high school students, we've been working very hard on dual enrollment, so ways in which students as part of high school can already begin their collegiate level experiences as part of their high school experience. Lots of evidence to show that students who do that are much more likely to continue and do something like that after they finish high school. We are now at 43,000 again. After, this is now the 5th year in a row, we've seen double-digit percentage increases in dual enrollment. What's more important, perhaps, is now seeing that we're aiming for everyone by 2030, every high school graduate to, as part of their high school experience, to leave high school with either college credit or some kind of industry-based certification or validated skills and learning credential as part of their experience. We are now at 74%. Again, you can see very significant increases over time over the last few years, well on trajectory to get to that full scale by 2030. At least as important is, well, where does that lead, right? Because it's all very well to do dual enrollment, be that academic or technical as part of your high school experience, but if it doesn't lead well onto what happens next, well, then we're not building it right. And so we actually have created a policy, probably the only in the country right now, where dual enrollment experiences, be that academic or technical, they in and of themselves can enable you to qualify for going to university. In most of the country right now, if you do dual enrollment, if you get admitted to university, then that may lead to college credit. Instead, what we want to make sure is, no, actually, the dual enrollment that you've done shows that you have an established record of success in collegiate level work. Why should that not in and of itself enable you then to go on and complete what it is that you've already begun? On the adult side, we have something called the MJ Foster Scholarship. So this is a new adult financial aid package that allows adults who do not yet have a post-secondary credential to go on and do technical training or up to an associate degree that is funded by a small scholarship of around $1,600 a year, altogether $6,400 that is available to those adults. As things currently stand, that has served about 10,000 adults, produced about 4,000 graduates. Those graduates, as I say, vary anything from short-term credentials, maybe up to a year, all the way through to associate degrees. It's that median salary increase that I think I really want to point to today. To qualify for this program, you need to have an income that is below or pretty close to the poverty line. And so actually 75% of people who qualify for this program, who have been through this program, when they began the program were below the ALICE threshold. That's the threshold that is set out to say that you have an income that is self-supporting, that you have an ability to be able to support yourself. So 75% of the people, when they began the program, their income was below that threshold. After they have completed the program, 85% of people are above that threshold. And in fact, what you can see is that their salary has increased by around $36,000. For many people, that's much more than doubling their family income, almost tripling their family income. And so, again, this program is incredibly powerful. And certainly we look to our legislature to put some more money into that to allow more people to be served by that program. So the last thing I want to talk about is improving student success. The reality is that if we're going to enable more people to find their future in college and really recognize more credentials, we also need to enable many more people to actually finish what it is that they start. And so to do that, what we've done is put together a student success framework that's really developed over the last decade by using evidence-based strategies that are multi-stranded, as you can see, that we really want to make sure that when people go to college that, first of all, they know why it is that they're there. They know what it is that I'm trying to do. I know where it is that I'm headed, that we build a clear pathway that enable them to go from where they are to where they are going. And today, that where they are going doesn't just stop when they shake the president's hand when they graduate. It continues on to an employer's hand, because success today is not just about completing the credential. It is enabling you to go on to a lucrative career. We need to have clear milestones along the way that enable people to know the progress that they're making, but also to enable institutions to know when students get stuck or trip up. That we need to make sure that we have really clear engagement. And so, strategies like work-based learning and various different kind of experiential learning are utterly crucial to this work, that really enable people to hang in there. And so all kinds of strategies that we're trying to do right now to really increase the availability and attractiveness of work-based learning. And then lastly, cutting across all of those kinds of initiatives are ways to recognize the students that we are aiming to serve, that we really want to make sure that we have strategies that work for everyone, not only for some students, really recognizing that in the past, educational structures have often left people behind, especially in states like Louisiana. We want to be careful about affordability, not just financial affordability, although certainly that. But we also want to recognize that often the people that we're trying to reach have complicated lives. They have obligations outside education. They have challenges with transport or with childcare or with trying to balance their family and educational and working lives. And so how can we create educational experiences that satisfy all of those pieces? And then lastly, learning mindsets. What we know is that how people think about themselves as learners and how they interact with the learning environment around them has just as much impact on their success as preparation ever did. And so, again, how can we think about that and understand how we might build those elements into the strategies that we're doing? So altogether, as I say, we are about trying to accelerate momentum in the state of Louisiana. Just for the English speakers here, you may be questioning the way that we spell momentum in the state of Louisiana, but it's a Louisiana thing, right? Everything in Louisiana has an EAUX in it. So again, part of the secret sauce of this, that we want to make sure that the people in that state, just as we've told, we're building a culture. And building a culture means recognizing the culture that you're part of. So that's momentum in Louisiana. Thanks so much. Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tristan. We will have our second speaker, Mr. Brent Parton, the president of CareerWise USA. Mr. Brent is the president of CareerWise, leading strategic partnerships, community, and growth, with a particular focus on the development of CareerWise's largest market, New York City. Mr. Brandt is a key player in shaping national policies to align education and workforce systems to improve outcomes for youth, industry, and communities. He led workforce efforts in both the Obama and Biden-Harris administrations. Most recently, Mr. Brandt was the acting Assistant Secretary for the Employment and Training Administration, ETA, at the U.S. Department of Labor, leading the ETA and leading change across federal training and employment insurance and foreign labor certification systems. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Brandt.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning for a few more minutes, I guess. Pleasure to be here. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. I am going to pick up on what was a phenomenal presentation because I think part of what I want to do is give you a little bit of the context for career, technical, vocational education, whatever you choose to call it in the United States. And what I will say is, for those of you who are from a domestic audience or a foreign audience, it is still equally as complex. So do not feel challenged in any type of way. But the organization that I lead is called CareerWise, and I think it's always important to center on a core problem. The reality is that today our education and workforce systems are not serving young people, but enough workers well. And I'm not picking on the Deputy Commissioner, but I am going to build off what he shared on I think where we see higher education going has been transformed in the past 10 plus years with a greater emphasis on workforce. And what I would say is what that really means is what are the career and economic outcomes of students, not just the educational ones. So I give huge credit to the American higher education community for its focus and advancement in that process. But here's the cold hard reality. They can't do that alone. What explains most of the mobility and labor market outcomes for young people, as well as workers within our labor market, is, by and large, a function of the level of education, but it's also a function of the experience, it's a function of the structure and the quality of the jobs and the careers that are available, and it's a function of what employers are willing to pay as well for any given position. So what I'm getting at by saying these things is that we cannot leave it to education alone. We cannot blame education alone for the challenges that exist within our workforce and our labor market. It really has to be solved through very deliberate public-private partnerships. So on one hand, everything that we do at CareerWise is a public-private partnership between industry, education, and what we are is what we call an intermediary, which is a word that I can't stand, but it's a fancy word of explaining things you can't otherwise define, like non-credit. It basically means we're in the middle. We coordinate between education employers to create transformative experiences for young people. Now, what are those experiences? I think there's some Swiss friends who are in the audience today. I don't know if Olivia is here yet, but Olivia from the Swiss Embassy is somebody we work closely with. CareerWise was founded off of Swiss inspiration. I can't say it yet. Swiss inspiration is what it comes down to. We implement what is in many respects considered a youth apprenticeship model in the United States. That is a structured earn and learn experience for a young person in their final years of high school to start an apprenticeship program where they are hired on day one by a business and that they are trained under the apprenticeship model using the industry-driven standards. It is business and industry that defines the learning standards that meet that particular occupation or job. And we deliver these programs in partnership with higher education institutions. Kim Hunter-Reid from Louisiana, who's formerly of Colorado, the commissioner is on our board currently and worked really closely when CareerWise was founded in Colorado to build a youth apprenticeship model that is not about an alternative to post-secondary education, but it's an earn and learn pathway to and through your career in higher education. Why is that important? We are here in the Penn Club. Newsflash, not every college experience looks like the University of Pennsylvania. Most American students are not throwing frisbees on lawns. Most of them are working low-wage jobs while they are also trying to get their credentials. They are balancing family and a lot of life while they do it. College collar workers or working learners in our country are individuals that are trying to get that next leg up, but often have to drop out of the labor market to pursue an advanced credential, or at best, they are trying to juggle things. What apprenticeship does is says that not only can you earn a wage while you're learning, but what you are working in is relevant to what you are studying. And as I've been in this work for the past 10 years or so across the country, one thing is true. Parents are not afraid of the cost of higher education. They are afraid of the relevance of that investment. And that comes at the end of the day from an investment in your child and in your community. Absolutely agree. For state legislatures, investment in higher education matters, but that does not mean we shouldn't ask for what. And I think what apprenticeship does in particular, and what the Swiss have become the global gold standard around, is that you are not choosing apprenticeship or college, you are choosing a relevant post-secondary path that might inform what you absolutely don't want to do the rest of your life, but it also is an affordable, relevant, and clear path forward. This is the reality we're up against in the United States and why we care about Switzerland. If you look at this chart, the fancy way of just saying this is that the current system in the United States works for about, at best, 3 to 4 out of 10 high school graduates. Depending on the state of the community, at best, 4 out of 10 high school graduates will complete post-secondary education within 6 years. In Switzerland, the numbers are inverted. That 60% that of the United States are not completing within that time are pursuing what is their dual education path, their youth apprenticeship path. We do not have an organized system to deliver that at scale in the United States. But that is very much what CareerWise is committed to building. It's something we've modeled in Colorado. It's something that we are modeling here in New York City in financial services and technology and advanced manufacturing. In the public sector, one of our largest employer partners in New York City is the City of New York, across 30 city agencies. And coming soon to you here in New York, healthcare. The #1 fastest in-demand occupation is nursing and radiology techs within the sector. We are launching with 4 healthcare provider systems here in New York City, a nursing and radiology tech pathway. At the end of the day, it's important to understand that apprenticeship is something that has a long tradition in the building and construction trades of the United States, but what the Swiss have shown is that earn and learn post-secondary paths can be relevant across industries. So how do you scale it? How do you get there? CareerWise has been at it for 10 years in Colorado and New York City, and we work with several communities across the country to pilot these models. But at the end of the day, you can change hearts and minds and build data one employer at a time, but it comes down to systems. We, as little old CareerWise, are not going to scale this stuff across the United States. But with partners in industry sectors, with partners across K-12 and higher education, and building the capacity of our public policy at the state and federal level to incent a better uses of dollars, as well as outcomes connected to earn and learn and apprenticeship, we believe we can scale these programs across the country, and that is our intent. It will not be about CareerWise's program, though. It is about building the capacity that higher education leaders in the state of Louisiana, alongside healthcare, manufacturers, the building and construction trades, these are a mainstream pathway for young people to walk into these apprenticeships before they leave high school. The average age of an apprentice in the United States is 28. In Switzerland, it's 16. That is 10 years of lost earnings. That's 10 years of life and maybe not so good choices. That by building a much clearer path from high school into these apprenticeship programs, we have found through our data that it's on average $1 million of lifetime earnings that students will earn as a premium on these types of experiences because they're not experiencing that lost decade of earnings. Apprentices afford houses, cars. We recently had an apprentice here who just completed into MasterCard making over $90,000 at age 19 in New York City. So the evidence is there. I should say the evidence is building for the rigorous researchers in the room, but we have shown this can work. It can work for students, it can work for employers, and to return on investment. Always the question is how you get to scale. So we believe that the wind is on our backs, not just as CareerWise, but for the expansion of earn and learn programs across the country. It's a hard but real reality that public confidence in higher education, at no fault of the leaders and incredible folks like the Deputy Commissioner who have been innovating on this work, public confidence in higher education, not as a world-class education, but as a pathway to a career, has eroded. I think there's incredible work happening that's restoring that, but at the same time, it is important that people are asking the question, if not college, then what? And I think we are issuing false promises by going out there into the labor market and saying, oh, there's all these employers or folks that are going to want to hire you right out of high school. It's not true. So how do you work with industries as a whole to really redesign pathways in a way that there is another option for young folks? We call it the three-legged stool of college, a career path, as well as the military. That tends to be something a lot of states are experimenting with. We have not developed that second leg of the stool. Some of the other things that I'll just recognize, because they're worth the discussion here and I don't want to keep time as open as possible for questions, is the changes in technology. The emergence of AI on one hand is getting a lot of buzz as something that is eliminating entry-level employment and that college graduates are particularly struggling on their connections to the labor market. What we have the benefit of is working with a lot of world-class companies that here in New York City, our largest employers are Amazon, Accenture, and JPMorgan Chase. The truth of the matter is that the impact of AI is still evolving on the labor market. Anybody who tells you they figured it out, they're lying if you talk to the best labor economists. But what we have seen when we talk to businesses, not just here in New York City, but across the country, they're building AI into their existing occupational standards. They are using artificial intelligence in day-to-day occupations, but are putting a greater premium on experience in addition to education. Experience the functionally human things about how you relate and operate within a work environment. And the third thing that has been so interesting with our annual return on investment study has been the greatest indirect benefits cited by our employer partners across the country has been for not just the identification of talent through the apprenticeship, but the identification of their future supervisory and managerial talent who supervise apprentices. So think about that. Raise your hand if you've managed someone before. Do you remember the first person you managed? How fun was that? There are not a lot of experiences that we get early in our careers to manage and supervise someone. Apprentices in the workplace gives frontline workers who are trying to build that next ladder up, companies the ability to see who can do that well. That was a stunning revelation and incredibly important as we're thinking about the redesign of entry-level work. I touched on this a little bit. I will leave at this. We work across the country. Again, here in New York City or Colorado, we directly work between education and employer partners to implement these apprenticeship pathways. We are a nonprofit organization, an NGO. We were designed to share. So everything that we do, we have created in a way to share with communities across the country. Because in the United States, we are really good at creating programs. That is why it is very confusing to understand workforce development and education in the United States, particularly even in work-based learning, internships, apprenticeships. There's 1,000 organizations across the country. When I was at the Department of Labor, I funded them, I regulated them. The most important thing we should be focusing on now is how that we not work within our silos or our programs, but how we understand and build evidence-based programs that serve our students well as partners with our colleges and our K-12 institutions. Jane Martinez-Dowling, who you'll hear from, is one of our biggest partners. We work with 70 high schools across New York City to create these apprenticeship pathways for students. But it's also how we start to engage industry to play an ownership and a leadership role. If they do not step to the table and partner as they do in Switzerland through their industry associations, we cannot achieve scale in these types of transformative programs in the United States. Education cannot do it alone. Industry can't do it alone. Industry has to work together. Organizations like CareerWise have been brought together to try to make that happen, but we need a lot more partners like the folks out in the crew today to get it done. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brandt. Let's see if there are questions for both of the speakers. Otherwise, I'll ask a question. Yes, please.
I had one question in particular. You both actually sort of addressed it. In the Swiss vet model, that 15-year-old age, that 15-year-old age difference between a typical U.S. high school student who graduates at 18, I think that's a critical opportunity. What do you think of and see as a way forward with being able to articulate within a U.S. model a 15-year-old who is going to school and getting a potential internship?
Yeah, I think this is the question. So at least what we're doing in Louisiana right now. So we have a a couple of scholarships going on, one called TOPS Tech Early Start, one called TOPS Tech, that allow someone to really begin an apprenticeship co-op experience as part of their high school experience. Certainly not exclusive to technical education, but certainly possible for that. And our high school accountability structure in Louisiana has now really turned the heat up on that. And so high schools will be challenged over the coming years to actually create proper partnerships with local employers, with the local community, to be able to find ways in which increasing numbers of students in high school will be able to take advantage of that. As well on the higher education side, so one of the things I'm trying to build is what I'm calling an education journey for really, because there isn't sort of a good nomenclature for this in the US system. Think about something like a NCCR Electrician 1 certificate, right? So an 8-week technical certificate to be an electrician. So what can you do with that? So you can certainly go on and do the 2 and the 3 and the 4 and go into a lucrative career as an electrician. You can certainly do that. It is the case that is, in the state of Louisiana, a credential which leads to college credit. And so actually, I came from Baton Rouge yesterday. In Baton Rouge Community College, they have a course that they give credit for that NCCR Electrician 1 certificate. Wow. It's ELEC 1116, if you ever want to go look it up. That course lives within their technical diploma in electronics. That technical diploma is curricularly embedded within their associate degree in technical studies. That AAS in technical studies is completely transferable into a BAAS degree at a sister 4-year institution. So in other words, if you're keeping count, you can begin with that 8-week certificate and go all the way to a bachelor's degree without losing a credit. That's cool. If I told you that that was built deliberately like that, I'd be lying, because it wasn't built deliberately like that. And so what my team is now actively trying to do is to replicate that idea, to build those kinds of pathway journeys, whatever we want to call them, beginning with all kinds of foundational technical certificates and industry-based certifications that stack all the way up to bachelor's, master's, doctoral levels that in many ways then mimic the kind of mobility that is available in the Swiss model. So that work is underway. It's just as Bren said, it's really complicated in the American system. And so stay tuned, but we're working on it.
Wow.
Thank you.
I would agree with that, and I think that's critical when you're working with someone who's younger. That pathway not being on their shoulders to navigate is key. The Swiss make it automatic. Just to your question though, about a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old in an employer setting, there is incredible magic to go to Switzerland and see the competency of these 15s and 16-year-olds doing what they do. But I think what part of it needs to orient us around is this experience is designed to help them transition into the next phase. The employers are not hiring 15-year-olds to stay at their company for the next 25 years. The employers are actively engaged and co-invested in the education system and process, and frankly are a site where education happens. You want to talk about changing technologies and speed. Famous book by economists about the race between education and technology. Education always loses. Mm-hmm. So the more you can get students into applied learning settings closer to technologies at the speed of business. We're very expensive equipment we can never afford, no matter how many Perkins funds or grants come to our education institutions. Workplace learning is fundamental for where education is going. Your question of hiring them, though, and for us in the United States, there's nothing magic about 15, but there's something incredibly important about hiring before they graduate high school. For 2 reasons. One, high school is a significant investment in pre-apprenticeship training, career and technical education that drives more return on investment for employers because they're doing less front-loaded training. That is paid for in the high school setting rather than paid for by the employer. And then the second thing the Swiss do is it's an industry. It's a sector. There's no one Swiss employer that just starts a random program. It's coordinated by the Manufacturers Association, the Healthcare Association. And so what skills a young person learns in any one setting is the same skills that are being taught by 5 other companies down the street. In the United States, there's a great hazard to businesses investing in young people because they think they're the only ones doing it. And so I think that's an important cultural mindset that's also backed by their institutions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we will go for lunch. We have an hour, and then we will be back to the hall. It's here. So we will have lunch here in the room. So they will be serving lunch. So we don't need to go and grab our lunch. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. That was amazing. There's a lot going on. No, it's really nice. Maybe there's the guy that's from the
I hope you all enjoyed the lunch. We will start our fourth session titled Bright Spots and Challenges from Near and Far, Successes, Challenges, and Transferable Practices. Our first speaker is Ms. Olivia Gachou. She's the head of Science and Technology Office, Embassy of Switzerland in the United States. She's joining us virtually.
Everyone, should I go ahead?
Can you give me less than 1 minute so that I can introduce you to the audience? Ms. Olivia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Olivia is the head of the Science and Technology Office at the Embassy of Switzerland in the United States. In this role, she's responsible for reporting on education, research, and innovation policy developments and trends in the United States. Before joining the embassy in 2022, Ms. Olivia was a project manager at Present Switzerland, where she was responsible for the Americas and was strongly involved in promoting Swiss innovation abroad, particularly in the field of clean tech and environmental protection. She holds a master's degree from the University of Freiburg and has studied at the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Olivia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Probably friends that I know, Dr. Chen, Brent Parton, if you're also in the room. Actually, everybody who already has a very good knowledge, strong knowledge of the Swiss model of apprenticeship, and also who can do the translation with the US model. But I think today I was asked to talk about, compare some best practices, our collaboration with the US, some compared maybe practices and challenges, also what doesn't necessarily work. So the first thing that I want to say is when I arrived in the US 3 years ago, they told me, well, apprenticeship will be one of your main portfolio topics. So I cover education, research, and innovation, but apprenticeship is definitely one portfolio that keeps us very busy. And so I arrived and I said, yeah, sure, it's a fantastic model in Switzerland. It's probably one of the specificities of my country that I'm most proud of. And I arrived and I said, it's a done deal. It must also work so well in the US and probably scale up even more rapidly because here you do things so fast. And then, as I talked to policy experts and state levels and the federal government, you start to understand that it's a very complex ecosystem here to build a model like that. So I would say a model like in Switzerland, where you have some collaboration established at the structural level with the government, with the companies, and with the schools or the cantons. And I think only when you have these three legs, apprenticeship can be implemented nationwide or throughout the state. So maybe first of all, why do we talk so much about apprenticeship? Why is it so important in our bilateral relations? The first thing, obviously, is that Switzerland, in the US, we are in competition with at least 150 other countries. So for us, really, apprenticeship is also a door opener. It's a way to talk to mayors and governors and the federal administration And this is, of course, an advantage that we have compared to other countries, because so many people want to replicate the Swiss model of education. But as we go forward, and our collaboration was established in 2015 under a joint statement to advance apprenticeship, then it was renewed in 2018, renewed in 2021, and lastly renewed in 2024. So this is also important to say that it's a bilateral, it's a bipartisan topic of collaboration, and so this ensures, perpetuity, and something that's very important for Switzerland. So I said, a door opener. And for a long time, it was mostly, Switzerland sharing its best practices and recipe for success with the United States. But more and more, it's become really on both sides a conversation. And this is because we are actually facing the similar challenges. And apprenticeship can really be a solution to address those challenges. So first of all, of course, jobs are getting more and more complex with emerging industries, aerospace, semiconductors, biotech, just to mention a few. And so because jobs are getting more complex, you need more time to train people. And for this, when you start training young people, and you really make them experts at what they do for 2 or 3 years. This is a way to ensure that they really have the key and specific skills to do these jobs. So there is for sure a need for qualified workers, and this we see it also with the Swiss companies. When they decide where to invest, often they're very interested in the US market, but they think we already know that the skilled workforce will be a challenge. If we can't train, or if we don't have the access to skilled workers, this is a challenge, and this is often a key factor in where they will choose the US as business location or not. And of course, US companies face the same challenges. Then talking about the technological development and autonomy in supply chains, actually apprenticeship is also becoming more and more of a strategic tool to rely less on other countries, especially if we talk about key sectors, sensitive sectors, again, like semiconductors, for example, or biotechnology. So people who thought before apprenticeship was, maybe a nice program, an empowering program, they probably should see it as, no, actually this is also a matter of national security and lowering your dependence on foreign supplies. Then focusing on young people. Apprenticeship is a really more affordable path of education, and as we all know, as the cost of education, higher education is increasing. In the United States, in Switzerland also a little bit, not to the same extent. Can earn a good salary and have good future prospects while they learn the job. And of course, it's also, if we take maybe the social component now, it's also about empowering youth, giving them very early on the soft skills that are needed for them to evolve in a professional environment. I will talk about it later, but we have a new program where we bring some Swiss apprentices to the US. And the feedback that we get is that from employers, US employers, that they have never seen 20-year-old people that are so, how can I say that, so responsible, or who know so much how to move in a professional environment, how to interact with customers, how to interact with colleagues, how to drive, how to, talk with business language. So, where are we going now with the bilateral collaboration? So as I said, we started our collaboration in 2015, and the MOU was really built because there were already a lot of Swiss companies who were offering apprenticeship programs in the US. So, at the embassy, of course, we like to sign MOUs and we like the wins like that, but really, our collaboration is mainly built on the Swiss companies throughout different US states who are offering apprenticeship programs, not only investing themselves in apprenticeship, but also acting as multipliers and really making this positive impact for apprenticeship in their various business ecosystems. So we collaborate at different levels. We collaborate with the federal government, more on the structural level, how do you work with the states, how you work with the companies and with the schools, but also at the business level. And from our experience, we see that maybe this is where we can have the most impact, because in the US there's so much the need that companies are more in the driving seat when it's about apprenticeship. Working together to define the curricula, working together to commit to training young people. We also hear so much, for example, what do we train these young people and then they leave to another company? Well, this is less a concern in a country like Switzerland, where you have this critical mass of company training, and it is actually encouraged. You finish your apprenticeship program, you should go to another company, and maybe you come back. But if you stay within the company, you will be seen as the apprentice for the rest of your career. So they actually encourage young people to go to another one. But of course, I get the concern of companies in the US to really make this investment and then maybe their talent are poached because they are already so skilled after 1 or 2 years of apprenticeship. So, sorry, because I don't have the presentation, I'm going a bit in various directions. So okay, I was talking about the influence of Swiss companies in the US, and that's really now core or where we want to go. So during the fall, I don't know, we with the states who are already with the drive to there are already existing structures to do so. They have some Swiss companies already training there and creating this positive influence that I was talking about. And we will try to let's say, building on the Swiss model to have them work more as industry representatives. So like in Switzerland, you have the industry branches working together to define the curricula, to promote apprenticeship within their own sectors. So this is also what we want to do, to have the Swiss companies in dedicated states working with the industry association to really provide more programs, and thinking that if you have this pool of companies working together, then it will lower the reticence of what it's too much investment basically if you do it alone. I'm talking a lot about the offer, companies offering apprenticeship, but you also have to increase the demand. And as we know, there is a tradition for higher education, for college education in the US. So in order to work on the offer, what we see is that you really have to meet young people where their interests are. And of course, they are interested in future-oriented careers, like IT specialists, cybersecurity specialists, maybe working with climate innovation or energy efficiency, marketing, communication, accounting, HR, all these different jobs that young people are interested in. And so basically looking at which jobs are actually apprenticeable. That's a word that doesn't really exist, but we know what it means. What jobs are apprenticeable? And if it is apprenticeable, then actually doing it to increase the offer. One of the reasons that in Switzerland we still have 2/3 of young people choosing an apprenticeship program is that they can choose within a range of 240 different professions. So this is one thing, increasing the offers of apprenticeship programs, and also the importance of credentials, so that if they want to then progress with their career or their studies, they can then join a bachelor degree or join the university. So what we see also is that in Switzerland it's very common that the University of Applied Sciences, they work hand in hand already with the vocational school to have this this seamless permeability. So this is one of the challenges also that is very present in the US, and I'm not saying that Switzerland maybe can solve this one, but again, sharing the experience of how in Switzerland it's very normal for higher education institutions to work with apprenticeship, either by hiring apprentices themselves in the laboratories, for example, with the HR, with the accounting, but also having the foundational knowledge of apprenticeship at the macroeconomy level, for example, like the Summit Institute. And then also making sure that apprentices can have access to higher education if they want to. This is important for the students, but mostly for the parents to show that apprenticeship is an open road, and there's no roadblock for young people. I think maybe I will stop here. I already said a lot, and we said we're not taking questions, but actually, again, I know that in the room there are some people who are very knowledgeable, so I just want to say that we have an amazing bilateral collaboration with the US, and now we are gearing a bit more towards the states also to advance this collaboration. This is really where the rubber hits the road with the states, with the cities, with the counties, and that's where I want to be with our Swiss companies, acting as multiplier within business ecosystems. So maybe this is, if you heard me maybe 2 years ago, that's a bit the progress that we have. Thank you.
I don't think we can ask any questions. Thank you so much, Ms. Olivia. Can you hear my voice? Thank you very much. Actually, I think we can ask 1 or 2 questions. Is there any question for Ms. Olivia? Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Olivia. According to the agenda, we were supposed to have Ms. Jane Martinez-Doling, but she hasn't been able to join us today. Ms. Harini Venkatesh is here with us, representing New York City Public Schools. She's the Executive Director, Career Connected Learning of New York City Public Schools. She's leading a citywide strategy across 179 plus schools to prepare 100,000 students for strong careers by 2030. Her work focuses on integrating high-quality instructions with real-world experiences, early college access, and advising to expand.
The audio is not working so well. I didn't hear.
Ms. Olivia, I'm actually introducing the second speaker.
She can't hear you.
She cannot hear me, right? Maybe you can type her.
I will end the meeting.
Yes, you just, yeah. Because we cannot ask any questions anyway. I would like to ask Ms. Harini Venkatesh to come to the podium and give her presentation. Please welcome Ms. Harini.
Thank you. This is a tall mic. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I'm echoing to myself. Yes. Always a fun task to go after that beautiful meal there, but I'll try to hopefully liven things up. I'm grateful to be here. My name is Harini Venkatesh, and I'm here representing New York City Public Schools. Quick show of hands, how many of you folks worked as a teenager?
Worked as a teenager.
How many of you remember like one skill that you might have picked up on that job that you use here in your day-to-day? Something that you learned as a teenager. Thanks so much. My grandmom in India ran a dance class, and I was her teaching assistant for this dance class. And I think the one skill that I did learn is how to be creative and communicate creatively across like multiple audiences. So thank you for engaging with me on that quick question. All right, here we go. Before I start, I want to share a deep thanks to the folks here at FWE. My thank you to Dr. Maynard and Jim Kemple, of course. Everything that you see in this presentation, every one of my team members at New York City Public Schools has a story on how we scaled. My story on how we scaled has a definite through line to everything Dr. Kemple has done with our team, so thank you so much, Jim. I bring gratitude also from Jane Martinez Dowling, the Chief of Student Pathways, who couldn't be here today because we got summoned by the mayor. So here I am in front of you. Just as context, given that there is an international gathering here, New York City is home to over 500 public high schools, and we serve close to about 320,000 students in these high schools. Each of our young people bring their own interests, talent, and aspirations. I have 2 kids, both of whom went to New York City Public High School. 1 kid graduated. My son is a junior in New York City Public High School. They couldn't be further apart. One was a STEM kid, the other is an art kid. So we cater to all our kids. Our vision that you see here is clear. By 2030, we want to ensure that every student who graduates from New York City Public Schools graduates with real skills, a strong plan, and a head start, really leading to thriving careers and purpose-driven lives. If there's like one baseline assumption that all of us hold true at the New York City Public School, it is that talent is everywhere. This is not a bell curve. So we're starting from that assumption. So get to this really big goal, we're scaling career-connected learning programs, especially through Future Ready NYC, something that I'll talk about in a minute. One that gives both college and career readiness and prepares our young people for careers in high-demand, high-growth sectors here in New York City, including healthcare, technology, business and finance, education, human and social services, and finally, we're in the middle of Midtown Manhattan, green building, HVAC, and decarbonization. Before jumping into Future Ready NYC, a quick review of like what are the systemic challenges that we are confronting on a day-to-day basis. Number one, as you heard the previous presenter lift up, we're truly bringing like 3 systems: the K-12 system, the higher ed system, and the employers, each of whom are structured very differently. They respond to different incentives. We're trying to bring these 3 systems together to create a meaningful pathway for the young person, all the way through creating a return on investment for the employer. Therein lies a whole amount of complexity that we're navigating. 2, as the largest public school system here in the country, we're always trying to balance between needing to innovate and then keeping our focus very clear on producing like measurable outcomes for the students here, especially for our students who are furthest away from opportunity. 3, as a system as large as ours, there are systemic barriers, everything from policy not keeping up to rigidity in how funding might be used, so on and so forth. So we're constantly trying to straddle between like local ingenuity and policy shifts. Most importantly, again, largest school system, extremely diverse school system, and like I said, we truly hold ourselves to the assumption that talent is everywhere, and that means this is fundamentally an equity shift, right? We're creating a system that needs to work for all our students, not just the high performers or the mighty middle or students who are trying to catch up. We're creating a system that works for our new immigrants who come in every day, for our students who have individualized education programs as well. So really, how do we think about a system that would work for all our students? So we're building on some really strong foundations here in creating this system that could work for all our students. New York City houses about 300 career and technical education programs. We have a 120-year-old legacy of CTE programs here. So we're really building from a strong foundation. The other thing we've centered around is really adopting a yes and approach. We're not talking about college or career staying as far away from the legacy of CTE programs, tracking some kids in some parts of the school, to how do we truly build a college and career readiness system. So starting from there, we double down on these 5 core components. We call these our game-changing student experiences. So Future Ready NYC brings these 5 core components together, ensures schools are delivering these core components in an integrated manner and in a specific dosage, which is our best bet that these 5 core components, when they come together, they will prepare students for the best of college and career readiness into those thriving careers and long-term economic security. You heard from Brent earlier about apprenticeships. So our apprenticeship sits within this larger pathway strategy, right? So it's not something that's sitting on itself. A student who's completing a pathway, experiencing these 5 core components together, will have the opportunity to also participate in an apprenticeship program, should that be something they want to pursue. Is it working? I should say, ask Jim. It's still too soon. We're about 4 years into scaling career-connected learning through Future Ready NYC. But we have some good news right now. Again, still too early. What we want to lift up here, thinking about equity again, is our Future Ready schools serve higher proportions of Black and Latinx students, lower income students, and students who are multilingual learners, so students whose first language might not be English. Students in these programs are more likely to participate in work-based learning, that's experiential learning opportunities, and early college coursework, even when controlling for their background, which is really important, again, from an equity perspective. Students are showing stronger attendance and lower chronic absenteeism in grades 10th and 11th. One thing for you folks to remember, when we started this initiative, Future Ready NYC, we were just about coming off the pandemic. So it was almost a requirement for us to think about how are we going to engage kids again so that they show up to school. So engagement here is really key. All this is to say these are very early signs, but signs that are showing that the model is taking root and really making a difference across the board for all our student populations. From there on, I want to move into the what and the how of the work. So I've addressed some important challenges that we're facing, what the data is showing us early on in terms of impact. So now into the how of our work. What you're seeing here is what we call the Career Navigation Roadmap. It is an important framework that we took to all our schools, starting with our Future Ready schools. This framework that you see was developed, again, in deep partnership with our employers, our higher ed providers, our nonprofit partners. The Career Navigation Roadmap, we always have an acronym for everything. This is CNR. The CNR serves as a comprehensive blueprint guiding the student journey, helping the student navigate and integrate an academic plan, their college and career options, all the while making informed decisions about what's happening next. What did I do? How is that going to inform what I'm doing next? What you're seeing here is what a student's journey might look like in a Future Ready NYC school. A few quick features to highlight here. If you look at the early part of this, all of 9th grade, heavily indexed on exploration. Again, we want to make sure students are not tracking into a career pathway. We want to open up the universe of careers to our students. Next, this is very hard to read, but I'm happy to share a soft copy of this. Through 10th grade, one thing I will elevate, we've always prioritized dual enrollment in New York City. We have about 30,000 students who take college coursework while they are in high school through a program called College Now. What we did is we tried to ensure that those college courses that the students are taking are actually tied to the pathway. So if you were a future ready student in a tech pathway, you might go to a CUNY campus and do a Java 1 course, rather than a public speaking course. Of course, everyone needs a public speaking course, but what we're trying to do is intentionality, right? How would what the student do in college reinforce what they're doing in high school? So that's something else to lift up here. Also want to share that towards the 11th grade, you'll see our apprenticeship showing up. Again, wanting to elevate that apprenticeships are not something that we elevate for some students, but it is very intentionally a part of the larger strategy and a part of the larger student journey here in the career navigation roadmap. And lastly, really over-indexing on advising. Young people thrive on a trusted adult. So we want to lift that up. We have a 1:250 student to advisor ratio, sorry, the other way around, advisor to student ratio. We want to make sure that the young person always has touch points with their counselors at each step of the way, guiding them and their families in making these decisions. All right, I'm almost done here, bear with me. Along the way, when a student graduates on the far end, you'll see what the exit credentials are. So if a student followed this journey, they would exit with at least 4+ credits in career-connected instruction. So think about what does the course sequence look like for a technology pathway, or for a healthcare pathway, or for an HVAC pathway. Next, they will graduate with a strong career and college plan. This is the work that the advising team does with the students. Our student will graduate with at least 7 early college credits. Again, not just random acts of dual enrollment. These are college credits that are tied to the pathway. All our students will graduate with 1 paid work-based learning experience. This might include an apprenticeship, it might include an internship, it might include a stipended project-based learning opportunity. And this is my personal favorite, financial literacy. We want to make sure our students leave schools with enough real skills and truly believe that having FinLit or financial literacy as a core component of the high school experience will set our students up to become productive citizens moving ahead. All right. With all that, you know that we're asking a whole lot of our schools, right? This is like, we're not saying we want this done for one student, we're saying we want this done for every student in your campus. So we're always thinking about how are we resourcing this work? How are we supporting schools in being able to do this work? I won't read up the slide. A few quick principles that have guided our resourcing decisions. Number 1, consistency and simplicity. We're subsuming developing curriculum for our schools. We're the ones at the district level negotiating with our higher ed partners saying, this is the high school sequence. What's the course sequence you're going to offer that sits on top of the high school instructional sequence? We're sourcing sector-based intermediaries to come and offer work-based learning opportunities for our students. So the work that Brent Parton does at CareerWise, for instance, we bring together best-of-class sector-based intermediaries to ensure that they are the ones sourcing these opportunities from employers, and they help match our students to these opportunities. And lastly, we've really over-indexed on high-dosage coaching. Every one of our schools, we have 179 schools, is matched with a coach. And obviously, we're obsessively progress monitoring across all those 5 core components that you see. In terms of resourcing, we'll also point out we've moved away from launch funding to sustainable funding. So we've baselined funding for these 179 schools. The schools are taking on the instructional funding. So the schools fund teachers. The additional funding that we're making available supports the advising role. Again, like I said, really core to this informed decision-making is to have a really robust advising infrastructure in the school. And then the district also funds the work-based learning coordinator. So this is the coordinator who liaises with the BRINT to ensure that the right students are ready for these type of opportunities. All right. Here again is another visual on what this might look like across different grades from 9 through 12. And then as you go down, you see what the 5 core components look like. I already mentioned a little bit about our impact. Still too soon to say what our impact looks like, but we're measuring outcomes across enrollment, participation in early college credit, participation in work-based learning, completion of financial literacy. I think it's 1 credit for 54 hours. Do want to center this work in our student. This is Simon. He graduated from our schools 2 years ago. He graduated from a future-ready data science pathway. He's currently pursuing computer science at Stony Brook University. What I want to elevate is this note he got. This was from the admissions office at Wheaton College. And so at one point in time, he had the offer, do I do a full ride into Stony Brook, or do I accept quite a generous package from Wheaton? And what he came back and told us is that financial literacy course that he did in Future Ready NYC helped him make a very rational decision about his college options, right? And so he eventually ended up at Stony Brook. So ultimately, this is about young people like Simon. We're definitely interested in ensuring that they are tracked all the way to making a living wage, but we want to make sure that these young people are supported to eventually journeying into thriving careers. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harini. Our last speaker in this panel is Professor Shi. We heard about Switzerland, United States model, and now we will be hearing about China. Professor Shi is the Vice President of Hunan Industry Polytechnic College and serves as Supervisor of Hunan Provincial Education. She has led multiple provincial level major educational research projects, and she was awarded the National Second Prize for Teaching Achievements, among other significant honors. Her research has actively propelled the development of vocational education. She also spearheads strategic collaborations between the college and leading enterprises, focusing on exploring innovative models for modern industry colleges and cultivating high-skilled talent. Please join me in welcoming Professor Shi.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
站在这里，我想起了家乡的一句流行语，就是小我的风让我吹到了纽约。
It's my great honor to be here today, and as saying from China, the wind of missing you has blown me all the way to New York City.
非常荣幸，出席这次会议，与大家一起来讨论职业教育的发展。
It's my great honor to be here to talk with all of you about the vocational education development.
首先，请允许我向世界教育论坛及瑞士联邦职业与技术教育研究所的申请邀请严正主席表示衷心的感谢。
First, please allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the World Education Forum and Swiss Federal Institute for Vocational Education and Training, and Ms. Yan, and for all of your gracious invitations.
当前全球正经历科技与产业的深刻变革，职业教育作为连接教育经济的重要桥梁， 作用日益凸显。中国将职业教育摆在教育创新的突出位置，通过系统改革与开放合作，形成了特色发展的模式。
Currently, the world is undergoing profound technological and industrial transformations. Vocational education as a critical bridge connecting education and economy is playing an increasingly prominent role. China places vocational education at the forefront of education innovation, forming a distinctive development model through systematic reforms and open cooperation.
我将从面向产业发展需求出发，分享湖南职业教育的探索与实践。
I will share explorations and practices in vocational education in Hunan, meeting demands from industrial development needs.
第一方面是湖南的模式，主要是构建产教深度融合的现代职业教育体系。湖南作为中国中部重要的制造业基地，拥有5个国家级先进制造业集群。
As a key manufacturing hub in central China, Hunan is home to 5 national-level advanced manufacturing clusters.
我们坚持以产业发展需求为导向，聚焦工程机械、轨道交通、航空航天、电子信息等优势领域，与商业重工、中联重科等龙头企业开展深度合作，共同构建特色专业体系，形成了与区域经济深度融合发展的职业教育模式。
We adhere to an industry-driven approach, focusing on dominant sectors such as engineering, machinery, rail transit, aerospace, and electronics. Through deep collaboration with leading enterprises like Sanyi Heavy Industry, Zumnayan, and CRRC Zhuzhou Locomotive, we have built a specialized system that integrates vocational education with regional economic development.
在优化专业布局方面，湖南系统推进职业院校与专业结构的调整，确保职业教育的规模、结构、质量与产业发展需求相匹配。
In regard to optimizing our structure, Hunan systematically advances the adjustment of vocational institutions and programs to ensure alignment with industrial demands.
目前，全省职业院校服务现代化产业体系的专业点占比超60%，在产业园区布局职业学校达212所。6个终身城市配套建设职教大学城，实现了教育链与产业链的有机衔接。
Currently, over 60% of vocational programs in the province serve modern industrial systems. We have established 212 vocational schools in industrial parks, built 6 higher education towns for vocational education in major cities, which effectively connecting education and industry.
在协同育人方面，通过校企合作，湖南构建了多层次合作平台，开展学徒制、电单班人才培养，建设产业学院、产教融合实践中心，共建省级市域产教联合体、行业产教融合共同体以及服务的产教融合型企业。
In regard to cultivating talents, Hunan province has created multi-level platforms through industrial education partnerships. These include apprenticeship programs, setting up classes and colleges for enterprises, and industry education integration practice centers.
在质量提升方面，着力加强内涵建设，将有现有的学校 进行国家双高校等等的那个提升培养。现有国家高水平高职学校12所，省级高水平高职院校30所，高水平的专业权150个，另外还有国家级的教师教学创新团队、省级教学团队、教师名师等等。其次就是服务于专业建设发展的教学资源库和课程。
In regard to cognitive enhancement, Hunan Province focused on colonization development. The province now boasts 12 national recognized high-level higher vocational institutions, 30 provincial-level high cognitive colleges, and 150 high-level specialty clusters. And we also cultivated teaching innovation teams and teaching teams and the famous teaching masters and so on.
在体系高阶方面，湖南实施高阶的人才培养计划，创新中高职衔接、贯通、质朴融通等多种培养模式，每年开展各类技能培训，构建了多元化、可持续发展的现代职教体系。
In regard to system building, Hunan Province implements high-skilled talent training programs and innovates models such as integration between secondary and higher vocational education and vocational general education convergence. Each year, we provide skills training to over 1.7 million per person times.
同时，湖南也积极营造优良的人才发展环境，省会长沙以及完善的公共服务、活跃的创新氛围和宜居的生活环境，成为青年人才集聚的高地。过去10年间，长沙新增人口中80%为年轻群体，展现出强大的人才吸引力。
At the same time, Hunan Province fosters an excellent environment for talent development. The provincial capital, Changsha, has become a magnet for young talent due to its robust public services, vibrant innovation ecosystem, and livable environment. Over the past decade, 80% of new residents in Changsha have been young people, demonstrating its strong appeal.
在院校实践方面，我们以湖南工业职业技术学院，就是我所工作的单位为例，和大家来介绍。那么，湖南工业职业技术学院作为湖南职业教育特色模式的实践者，始终坚持跟机械装备制造业服务湖南新兴工业化的办学定位，是国家双高校、国家优质专科、国家双高计划高水平专业群建设单位。
Regard to the practice of the vocational education, and take an example of Hunan Industry Polytechnic. As an active practitioner of Hunan's vocational education model, Hunan Industry Polytechnic remains rooted in the machinery and equipment manufacturing industry, serving Hunan's new industrialization strategy. Hunan Industry Polytechnic is a national exemplary higher vocational college, a national high quality specialized vocational college, and a high-level specialty cluster construction unit.
在专业建设方面，我们对接产业需求，与112家规模以上企业深度合作，42个专业覆盖了湖南工业新兴产业链达80%以上。今年学校累计为产业输送高素质技能人才10万余名。
In regard to program development, we closely align with industrial needs. Through deep collaboration with 112 large-scale enterprises, there are 42 programs covering over 80% of Hunan emerging industry. In recent years, the college has trained more than 100,000 high-skilled talents for industries.
在产教融合方面，校企共建省级科研平台、特色产业学院、 将前沿的技术融入实践教学，学生在创新创业大赛得到充足的锻炼，毕业生就业率与用人单位满意度连续7年超过95%。
In regard to industrial education integration, we have co-built 4 provincial-level research platforms and 7 specialized industry colleges with enterprises. By integrating cutting-edge technologies into teaching practices, our students have repeatedly won national gold medals in innovation and entrepreneurship competitions. Graduate employment rates and employer satisfaction have exceeded 95% for 7 consecutive years.
在国际合作方面，我们与新西兰等国联合开展人才培养、开发实验产业发展需求的教学资源，为产业的国际化发展提供支撑。
In regard to international cooperation, we collaborate with countries like New Zealand to develop teaching resources according to industrial needs, providing firm support for global industrial expansion.
接下来我想和大家分享一下未来的想法。
Today, I'll share my ideas for future.
当前职业教育正面临着人口结构变化、技术技能加速迭代、青年就业压力增大等挑战。为此，职业教育发展路径期待全面升级，从规模扩张转向内涵发展，从技能训练转向素质培养，从就业导向拓展至终身发展。
Today, vocational education faces challenges such as demographic shifts, rapid technological obsolescence, and youth employment pressures. Thus, vocational education must upgrade its development path, transitioning from scale expansion to cumulative growth, from scale training to holistic development, and from employment orientation to lifelong advancement.
基于我们面临的共同挑战，我想我们应该加强合作，共同构建更加紧密、务实与可持续的全球职业教育发展体系。我们愿意与各学校和大家一起携手，在以下领域深化合作。第一是共建共享，使职业教育教学资源推动各国教学资源相互衔接。第二是畅通技能人才国际流动的渠道，建立更完善的学历学位赴任机制，为技能人才跨国就业创业提供便利的条件。第三是协同应对全球性的挑战，在绿色技能、数字技能、包容性技能等领域加强合作，共同培养适应可持续发展要求的技术技能人才。第四是深化人文交流，鼓励各个国家和各个学校的老师、学生双向流动，增加各国青年之间的相互理解和友谊。
Given the above-assured challenges, we propose to strengthen global collaboration to build a closer, pragmatic, and sustainable vocational education system. We are willing to deepen cooperation in the following areas. Number 1, co-building and sharing resources, promoting to share the teaching resources across nations. And second, establishing mutual recognition mechanisms for academic credentials to support cross-border employment and entrepreneurship. And number 3 is the enhancing cooperation in green skills, digital skills, and inclusive skills to cultivate talents aligned with sustainable development. And 4, encouraging two-way mobility of teachers and students to foster mutual understanding and friendship among global youth.
最后，我想说的是，在以后的时节希望想我的方把你们吹到中国，吹到湖南，我们再来一起探讨。谢谢大家。
At last, I would like to say, hope you will come to China, blown by the wind of Miss Me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shi. We have a guest whose name is not on the agenda, Mr. Fred Tang, who will be talking about something a little bit different about the role of AI in education in the broader sense. Mr. Fred Tang is the president of America-China Public Affairs Institute. He's a senior U.S. representative of China-U.S. Exchange Foundation, an executive council member of the Center for China and Globalization, a member of Hong Kong Cyberport Advisory Board, a member of the National Committee on U.S.-China Relations, and a fellow of Foreign Policy Association. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Fred.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this time to talk about this issue. I just want to let you know, it started off, I've been thinking about writing a book because I saw a book about how high school students from grade 9 to grade 12, all 4 years, should be preparing for their college. And I also faced with a lot of friends who asked me for internship for their kids or their friends' kids in May every year. I say, you have to start in September to find an internship. By December, if you don't get it, all the good jobs are gone. Then, through my own experience, I've been thinking about putting together a book for high school seniors from the time they receive a college offer through the full 4 years until they get a job upon their graduation. And this whole thing is a planning process. And certainly there's internship. The most ideal is to get an internship in the third summer of a major US company, and they'll make you a job offer, and then you have 1 more year to go, and you'll have a job. That's the most ideal. But through this whole process, I start writing, and I say, hey, there's a chapter I should be writing about AI. So that's how today I come here to speak, because I took this chapter about AI and education into a little pamphlet now. It's about 36 pages. I'll be happy to share with all of you through many renditions. We first want to do a 6-inch by 9-inch, and then it's hard for you guys to print out, so now back to letter size. So it's easy for people to print out, and it's electronically done. It's a great honor to join you here at the Forum for World Education. Our discussion today on strengthening technical and vocational education could not be more timely or more essential. We're entering into an era where human intelligence is being joined and sometimes challenged by artificial intelligence. AI is transforming how we live, how we work, and how we learn. It helps us solve complex problems faster than ever before, but also forces us to ask a deeper question. What does it truly mean to be educated? The question is not whether AI will shape education. It already has. The question is, how will we guide it ethically, creatively, and inclusively so that it becomes a bridge, not a barrier? Around the world, I hear the same questions from teachers, parents, and students. Will AI replace us? My answer is always the same. This is what I say. AI will not replace people who use it, but AI will replace those who don't. The truth defines the future of technical and vocational education, institution that prepares students not only use technology, but to understand and guide it. It will produce the most adaptable and employable graduates. AI can be a tireless tutor, a creative collaborator, and a career coach. We talk about mentorship, we talk about apprentice. Now we're going to have another person helping us with discretion, with privacy, but helping us answer some of the questions as well. It can help students to learn faster, connect the theory with practice, but it cannot replace curiosity, consciousness, or compassion. Our task as educators is not to protect students from technology, but to prepare them to lead through it. This is the part I was talking about my booklet, but AI also gives us something that we have never had before, a global classroom. A student from Bangkok can study engineering in a lab in Boston. A nurse in Nairobi can train through virtual stimulation. An apprentice in New York City can collaborate with a mentor in Shenzhen. The boundaries of education are dissolving, and with them, the division between nations. We can now design a global ecosystem of lifelong learning, where technology becomes the universal language of cooperation. But even as we innovate, we must never forget the teacher. A machine can explain a process, but only a teacher can inspire students and purpose. A program can guide performance, but only a mentor can build confidence. To strengthen the vocational education, we must also elevate the teacher's profession through training, through recognition, and through international collaboration. I was talking to a couple of people today in the United States who are going through some chaotic times, but no matter what our dream is, our aspiration is, if we don't fix education, we're not going to fix the other things. And education is the basic. So finally, to the young people, the future workers, engineers, and innovators, AI may be artificial, but your dreams are real. Use technology not as a shortcut, but as a companion in your learning. Let it make your work more efficient, but let your heart make more meaningful. Because the future does not belong to the machines or to the humans alone. It belongs to those who know how to use it, work with it. If we can teach this generation not only how to build with their hands, how to think with their minds, and to lead with their hearts, then technical and vocational education will not just prepare people for jobs, we will prepare them for life. That, I believe, is the highest purpose of education and the true measure of progress. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I didn't bring my business card, so I quickly created a QR code, so if you scan that QR code, you can get my business card.
Thank you, Mr. Fred. Now we are going to start our next panel. Our first speaker is Dr. Laura Peck. She is an associate professor and principal faculty fellow at John Heydrich Center for Workforce Development, Rutgers University. Dr. Laura has an impressive track record of leadership and scholarship. Most recently, she was a principal scientist at MEF Associates, where she led the firm's income security and economic mobility portfolio. She currently serves as a co-editor-in-chief of the American Journal of Evaluation and has held prior leadership roles at Abt Associates, including principal scientist and global director for research, and associate professor in the School of Public Affairs and associate dean of Barrett, the Honors College at Arizona State University. Dr. Peck holds an MPA, MPhil, and PhD from New York University. Dr. Bell.
Well, that was really helpful. Very helpful to have that introduction so that I can save my introduction for expressing my own identity as an evaluation methodologist, which means that when you need someone to help you evaluate your program, that's me. So I want to thank all of you too for inviting me and letting me be part of this really enriching day. And I will, here we go. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the results of a series of evaluations and what we conducted called a meta-analysis, in which we focused on 46 programs that were about career pathways programs. And this is, I think there's been lots of mention already today about the pathway, and this is a set of post-secondary training programs that operate in the career pathways model, which is one that is generally sectoral contextualized, usually for non-traditional students, resulting in in-demand credentials, while also engaging employers. And that employer part is something too that I feel like there's a theme today that I'd like to come back to, I hope, in closing. So the, oh, I'm going the wrong way. Here we are. Okay. So the research questions that this project answered was, how well does this career pathways approach work? What are the characteristics of more effective programs? And from there, what are the program and research implications? And like I said, the approach that we took is one of a meta-analysis, which is an empirical synthesis of the kind of impact evaluation numbers that exist in impact reports. But we also undertook the opportunity to read all of the qualitative details from the corresponding implementation reports so that we can kind of align the numbers with the words, I guess you could say. And so we had some screening criteria to ensure that all of the programs that were reflected in this data set are ones where the evaluations themselves, the underpinning evaluations themselves, had a causal interpretation. That is, there was a treatment and control or comparison group that allows us to say with confidence that the difference between the treated and untreated outcomes is an impact. But before I get into the juiciness there, let me tell you that this is work that I conducted while I was at Apt Associates under contract to the U.S. Department of Labor in their Chief Evaluation Office. And as you can see here, it took a village of report authors, task lead, analysts, writers, along with a whole army of coders. And so I want to acknowledge that I'm reporting back to you today as one person on behalf of many. So this meta-analysis ultimately included 46 impact evaluations, but that wasn't the starting point. In fact, there were 123 evaluations that we uncovered that met the general criteria for being an evaluation of a career pathways training program, but for various reasons we excluded them from the study. For example, there were ones that were not impact evaluations. We really wanted to focus on impact. That is, what difference did this program make? And then there were some that had that were either too old or didn't have measures or comparison groups that kind of were the prerequisites to our ability to make this comparison. And so in the end, we excluded those. And the ones that we included, like I said, are 46 high-quality impact evaluations of career pathways programs taking place roughly within the last 20 years. And so what are these programs? Well, hopefully you can see that, maybe not all the way in the back, but these are just some descriptive characteristics of the 46 programs in the study sample. It includes kind of the lead agency, and these are ones that most commonly took place in community and technical colleges, though there were also kind of community organizations, nonprofits involved in their administration. A couple things I want to point out in this middle column there we go. You can see that it lists the primary sectors of focus, with, in this particular case, the healthcare sector being the most prominent, but also including manufacturing, IT, business, and transportation. The other thing that I think is interesting and important here, you can see this little employer engagement box here, shows that 78% of the programs that we studied involved employer input on curriculum or program design, and 45% also included work-based learning. I don't know if you think that's high or low, but that's what this sample includes, just to help you characterize what this sample is about. We also found that programs offered a variety of supports to their participants, including covering training costs, providing tutoring and transportation assistance, and I guess the other things I want to point out down here on the bottom left, I've got shown that 67% of the trainings included 3 or more pathways as part of their program, so these aren't just single training programs, but include lots of moving parts. Though most of them, the plurality, 43%, included trainings that were shorter than 6 months, with only 7% being lasting longer than a year. So this is the kind of aggregation of what these 46 programs look like, on which we have high quality impact data. And so the first question from this meta-analysis is, how well does this program design work? So I'm going to show you a few graphs here where the top bar, there we go, the top bar reflects a control or comparison group, that is what is happening outside of the intervention. And then the bottom darker bar here is the experience within the intervention. And so this first panel shows that the career pathways approach increased educational progress, I would say by a large amount. That is that and these are, this educational progress outcome is that of credential attainment. So 45% in the treatment group relative to 18% in control or comparison groups had achieved a credential of that sort, which is more than doubling of the outcome for those who had access to the treatment. We also found that the career pathways approach reflected in these 46 studies increased overall employment by a small amount. You can see here just 5 percentage points, but increased industry-specific employment by quite a large amount. Here, 19 points on a 26-point base. And so while it's interesting that they're not necessarily moving people more frequently into work at all, they do seem to be associated with a shift in the sector toward the sector of training, which for people who want to train in the healthcare sector, that they get jobs in the healthcare sector is a good thing. We also found in terms of earnings that the career pathways approach, as reflected in these 46 studies, increased short-term earnings by a very small amount. You can see here $260 in a quarter, not so much. And then in the longer term, the earnings gains are, oh, whoa, wrong one. Earnings gains are relatively small. So again, there's a sectoral shift, not necessarily huge gains in terms of earnings. But one of the things that I wanted to point out here, this bottom point, is that this is an average across these 46 programs, but these impacts really varied widely. That is to say, in that group of 46 programs, there are some that you might consider to be wildly successful on all measures, and others that are pretty flat. And so this raises the question, why. If there's lots of variation in earnings, what is it that characterizes more effective versus less effective programs? And as I mentioned, as we culled through these 46 reports, in addition to collecting the quantitative measures of impact, we coded all of the implementation details to reflect variations in program design, implementation, program context, and participant composition. And of those, we ended up with 78 distinct measures of what it is that these programs do qualitatively. And we put those together into an analysis that allowed us to relate the characteristics of these programs with educational progress gains or labor market gains. So if you know anything about statistics, you know that with a sample size of 46 and 78 variables of interest, we have what you might call a degrees of freedom problem. Can't possibly analyze all of those all at once, so we went through an iterative process where we sort of ruled out ones that seemed to be less important so that we could focus on the ones that were most important. And if anyone's interested in the nitty-gritty methodological details, I will gladly talk about it after or refer you to the report's juicy appendix. But I will share with you here the findings that we had from what we call the meta regression. This analysis of characteristics found that there were larger educational progress gains when employers provided input on curriculum or program design, and when staffing agencies are partners. So that is to say that those are two of the ingredients that we identified as being important. And I think that this is also bolstered by a lot of qualitative implementation, evaluation research in the field that identifies employer connections as being a really key part of program success. And so we kind of bolster that finding with our quantitative analysis. We observed that there are smaller educational progress impacts that are still favorable. There's no negative impacts that we observed, but there are smaller gains when community or technical colleges are lead agencies or partners. And I think that one of the observations that we have about why this relationship might exist is that community colleges tend to serve a much wider array and larger group of students than, say, a small selective nonprofit community-based organization. And so you can think of this as providing a setting within which there might be smaller impacts, but they're distributed across a larger population. That said, I think that this also implies that there are potentially lessons from those more effective, smaller selective programs that community and technical colleges could take on to figure out how to replicate findings from one setting to another. Okay, so those are the two educational progress findings. In terms of labor market impacts, we observed that there are larger labor market impacts for those programs that serve a larger share of African American participants. And we found this finding interesting because at the kind of individual program evaluation level, there are some studies that have found just the opposite. And so we think it's interesting that when you look in an aggregated way across multiple studies, that there's some evidence that there may be equalizing force through these programs. And then finally here, in terms of this kind of what characteristics seem to matter story, we saw that there are smaller labor market impacts when programs offer flexible sequencing of courses or they offer financial assistance or tuition assistance. And I think that one of the possible explanations for that maybe counterintuitive finding is that it could be that there are other characteristics of the programs that offer flexible sequencing or tuition assistance. It could be that their populations are more challenging to serve, and it's not those program elements itself, but instead the population that associates with there being smaller labor market impacts. And again, with the kind of the community college finding, implies that there's some selection story going on where I, as a researcher, am compelled to say more research is needed. Okay, so coming to my closing here before I turn it over to Jim, I want to reflect a little bit. I shared some just then about kind of what I think some of these findings mean, but I want to kind of sum up with some program and research implications. And I think that what we learned from this meta-analysis of a bunch of, again, US-based career pathways programs is that because they do result in meaningful shifts in the sector of employment, though without that necessarily converting into major earnings gains for participants, this to me suggests that programs ought to consider maybe mid-level and higher level trainings. You'll recall I had pointed out that the larger share of them focus on really short-term trainings, and it could be that it's the longer-term trainings that are needed to lead to the longer-term earnings gains. And I also had pointed out that this is a study sample of reports that overwhelmingly includes programs within the healthcare sector, and even though that is a sector where there are very clear pathways to advancement, even so, the jobs that correspond in that sector don't seem to be offering the earnings potential any above and beyond what participants would have experienced in another sector. So while there might be benefits to their moving into a sector in which they would like to work, there aren't necessarily the financial returns yet to that. And so then, of course, I as a researcher have to share what I think are some of the research implications of this and kind of how we will learn more about these kinds of programs in the future and their impacts. Well, I think that we had in another presentation, we heard about kind of the core components of a particular program. That is, what are the specific elements of the design that are in place, the active ingredients, and I think that this is an area in which we've started to articulate what the key components are, but there hasn't really been a kind of full-blown formalized effort to document what those are, so there's a little bit of kind of Wild West, right? Try this, try that, see what works. And I think that we could be a little bit more deliberate and systematic with identifying the core components and then putting them to the test through rigorous evaluation. It also seems like an area of needed research is the role of setting. This kind of came out in my observation about community colleges being a really important institution for this kind of work, but maybe not being as successful as some of their more selective kind of nonprofit counterparts. And I think there's some cross-sector learning that could take place in order to benefit all kinds of organizations providing this kind of training. I also think that these studies were compiled as of 2021, and it's been another 4 years since then, where some of the programs that were part of the sample to begin with have now longer-term follow-up, and I think there's an opportunity to add more studies to the analysis to see if when there is a larger sample of programs with longer-term data, do we see anything different than what we had when we had a more limited long-term data? And then I just generally think that there's an opportunity to think about pooling across studies as well. So I will close with one little teaser to note also that I'm very fortunate to have won a grant from the Ascendium Group, which is an education foundation, to focus specifically on the role of employer partnerships and the variation in employer partnerships in leading to better job seeker outcomes. And so I will invite you to stay tuned for findings about that in the future, because to me, the employer partnership part, which has been part of the conversation already today, is really important, and I think we just don't have enough concrete evidence about the details of what works in that regard. So I'm hopeful to be able to contribute to that in the future. And thanks again for inviting me and listening.
Thank you, Dr. Laura, for this comprehensive research-based presentation. We will have another senior researcher and professor, Dr. James Campbell. He is Senior Fellow and Research Professor of Teaching and Learning at New York University and Founding Director and Senior Fellow at the Research Alliance for New York City Schools. Dr. Campbell served as the Director of MDRC's K-12 Education Policy Area and specialized in the design and management of rigorous evaluations, including randomized controlled trials of education and other social policy reforms. He was the co-director of the National Reading First Impact Study and the principal investigator of MDRC's evaluations of career academies evaluation, talent development middle and high school models, the Enhanced Reading Opportunities Initiative, and the Content Literacy Continuum Initiative. Please join me in welcoming Dr. James Campbell.
No adjustment to the mic needed. Well, maybe a little. There we go. Thank you all for the opportunity to present. It's really a privilege to be able to talk a little bit about what I think we've been learning in the United States about secondary education and its effort to promote career-connected learning. Sort of like Laura, I've spent the better part, almost all of my career, the last 35 years or so, conducting studies of what works, what doesn't, for whom, and under what conditions for promoting economic self-sufficiency and healthy transitions to adulthood, mostly focused on high schools, but also employment and training. So I know a lot about evaluating programs, and if you're ever looking for help about evaluating your own programs, call Laura. Okay, I'd like to try to do two things here. Like Laura, I just want to set the stage for a little bit about evidence. What kind of evidence am I talking about here? And I want to talk a little bit about the way that we often in evaluation research distinguish between outcomes and impacts. And specifically, I'll show an example where we try to differentiate between measures of a student's behavior or experience or skills or knowledge as an outcome from the causal effect of a particular intervention on those outcomes. So again, an outcome is a measure of just experience or skills or knowledge, but we're particularly interested in the causal effect of a particular intervention on that outcome. And we want to know, basically, to what extent did this intervention produce an outcome that would not have occurred in the absence of that outcome. So if a student didn't have an opportunity to go to one of these career and technical education programs, what would their outcome have been compared to students who did? So that we'll know at the end of the day that it was the intervention itself that produced the difference in outcomes, not some other set of factors like the local context or the mechanisms by which particular students are allowed to participate in a program or not. And this makes a huge difference. Business and industry, most of secondary and post-secondary education often measure their success based on outcomes. Our high school graduated 90% of their students, whereas the school next door only graduated 70% of their students. Our high school's better than their high school, right? That's outcomes, not necessarily an impact of what the school did to make that 10 or 20% difference, all right? And that's what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to talk about a bunch of practices, about a bunch of things that we think we've learned from this kind of evidence. And these are evidence that's generated from what are called randomized controlled trials. These are circumstances under which students apply to a program in a high school. And it's oversubscribed. There's more qualified students to be in that program than the program can serve. So these programs use lotteries to determine which students get in and which students don't. That permits research to come in and do a study where we compare the outcomes for students who get into the program with the outcomes for students who don't, and the difference between those two things, because they were only selected at random, not because some students were better than others, more qualified than others, more interested, more engaged than other students who got in. It had to be done by essentially the flip of a coin so that we start with a level playing field. Differences that emerge over time, we can credibly and confidently ascribe to the program in which students participated. So let me give you an example of this. This is a study that I conducted many years ago focusing on a program that was designed to help improve graduation rates for young people in high schools and secondary schools in the U.S., help promote their college and career knowledge and preparation, as well as provide them with opportunities to engage in work-based learning. These are career technical educations, very much along the lines of what you've heard about today. And what we have here are examples of 3 of these programs, each of which were trying to implement essentially the same program, but sort of had varying degrees of success, both in the quality of the implementation and in the impact that they produced on the students who were in their programs. And so the first thing I'll show you is, well, if we measured the success or the differences in performance of these 3 programs based only on the outcomes, we would have gotten a very, very different answer than what we would have gotten or what we actually got when we ran a randomized controlled trial that was able to isolate the true impact of the program in which students participated. So we'll show first the students who are in the academy group or the treatment group. And we see in the first program, 85% of these students graduated from high school within 4 years. This is a pretty strong outcome for most high schools across the United States. And this kind of fit with our expectation. Program A was a very good program, well implemented, good teachers, very strong employer partnerships and opportunities for young people. In addition, they tried to pick some students based on how engaged they were and whether they were interested in doing this particular career field. And this 85% kind of resonated with what our expectations would have been when we started the study. Program B, however, had a lower graduation rate, but still pretty high. During this period, graduation rates in the United States were hovering around 60 or 65%. So this is higher than the national average, in fact, much higher than the rest of the school within which this program was implemented. And this was a pretty good program as well. Not quite as well implemented as Program A, but still pretty good. So we kind of thought, oh, well, this makes sense too, right? Based on outcomes, yeah, Program A is a better program, and we would have expected the graduation rates to be a little bit lower in Program B compared to Program A, and we would have said, if this is all we had, and all we had to go on, we probably would say, do more things like Program A. Program C, however, doesn't want to show up. Come on, there you go. Program C came out as a similar outcome to Program B, and this was quite a surprise. Program C was not well implemented. It was pretty chaotic. The components that they implemented were really much more uneven, and we really thought in some ways our expectation would have been that this probably was going to have a much lower outcome, but it turned out to be higher than we expected. It's also a high school where it was pretty open enrollment. Many of the students who applied just kind of wandered in because somebody said, oh, you should go down the hall to this special program when they were 9th graders, and they kind of showed up. So this one turned out to be more of a surprise than others. Now that's the outcome. So we're pretty much thinking, oh, geez, Program A is the one we want people to do. Program B, not bad. Program C, we don't know quite what happened there, but it wasn't a great program. If you're looking to try to do this thing called a career academy in this case, probably you don't want to do C, even though it did pretty well on the outcomes. The impacts, however, show a very different story, and this is why I think it's important to start this presentation with some real concrete examples of why impacts matter in the context of trying to figure out whether something really makes a difference than just outcomes. So in Program A, when we have a real control group through this randomized controlled trial, we see virtually no difference between the treatment and the program group. And the reason for that is because this was a pretty good school to begin with overall, there's lots of opportunities for young people. And the fact that it was a somewhat selective program meant that the students who were coming into the program were pretty motivated and able to take advantage of the other good, high-quality programs that were already in the school. In fact, one of the reasons this program was so well implemented is because it had such a terrifically surrounding supportive environment and administration across the whole school. So again, this kind of really didn't resonate with what our expectations were, but you can see from an impact perspective, even though the outcomes are very high, this program made almost no difference. Students could have gone to anything else in the school or done whatever they were going to do on their own. They would have been just as well off, at least on this outcome. The second program, however, turned out to have a negative impact on students graduating from high school. And the reason for that is because what we found out was that even though this was a pretty well-implemented program, what it was forcing or pressuring students to do was take a series of courses in their career and technical education pathway and deprived them of the time that they needed to complete graduation requirements, like an extra English class or a social studies class or a science class. So their graduation rates actually went down by a full 13 percentage points because the program really pushed students to do something that they wouldn't otherwise have done. And what they would have otherwise done was meet the graduation requirements to go on. So this actually turned out to be a very troubling result, and the school that we were able to sort of show these results to really had to think hard about what their practices were in terms of scheduling students for these career and technical education courses. The third program, which we thought was by far the weakest, and the one that we thought, boy, try to stay away from this one, actually produced this very strong and very impressive impact on students' high school graduation rates. And the reason for that, we think, is because this program really kind of created a safe haven within a very chaotic system and within a very chaotic high school. So in many ways, students who came into this program were really looking for a place where they could kind of realize their potential, buckle down and study, whereas the control group, which also wanted to be in the program, applied for it but weren't able to get in because it was already oversubscribed, were kind of subject to all the chaos and all of the upheaval that was going on around the rest of the system, or the rest of the school, and thereby kind of, this was about the graduation rate for the rest of the high school. A little bit over 50% of these students were not being able to graduate from high school within 4 years, and the control group kind of reflected that. And without this version of an impact study, this randomized controlled trial thing, we would have come to just exactly almost the complete wrong conclusions about what works, what doesn't, for whom, and under what conditions. So again, what I'm going to show you now are some quote, evidence-based practices based on the kind of meta-analysis that Laura just talked about that looks across a whole range of career and technical education, what are called career and technical education programs in the United States, that all have this caliber of evidence. And what I'll do is try to sort of point out the key practical ingredients of those interventions. When they worked, we had evidence that the characteristics that I'll show you in a second were at play, and we think were critical ingredients to producing those impacts. We can't quite say with the same confidence that it was that specific practice that made the difference, but when we saw it, it was prevalent enough for us to say it had strong or modest or minimal evidence behind it. So here's the 6 practices that I'll talk a little bit about. So this is kind of the end of my presentation. It's coming right at the beginning. I'll go through a little bit more detail as time allows, and then kind of leave it for questions. So this is actually color-coded based on the strength of evidence. The green colors say that we have pretty strong evidence that that practice was a crucial ingredient to producing positive impacts on either educational attainment, skill building, employment and earnings, and a couple of other outcomes. The blue ones are modest levels of evidence. In other words, they held randomized controlled trials, but the effects may not have been as big or consistent across studies as the ones in green. And then this yellow one here is minimal confidence or minimal evidence that that particular ingredient was a crucial factor in producing positive impacts for young people. Some of that was because there weren't a lot of studies that were able to include that, or they didn't have the kinds of outcomes that were aligned with that, but I can talk about that in a minute. So let me go through these in a little bit of detail. So the first ingredient, or the first sort of practice that we observed, was probably the most common, and it had particularly strong evidence of effectiveness, and that has to do with making sure that the school culture, the whole ethos of a school, or at least the ethos of that piece of the school that was focused on career and technical education, truly valued career-connected learning for all students. Now, this turns out to be probably the hardest thing in the US context to achieve, because of all the things you've heard about today, where there's this history of vocational education in the United States that has a tracking ingredient that selected students for low-wage careers and educational experiences that and those decisions were often being made on the basis of their race or ethnicity or their income or the neighborhood that they lived in, rather than what their potential qualifications or interests were. And so changing the mindset of school leaders, of parents, of administrators, we think is a crucial factor, and when that was able to happen, we found particularly strong effects. And among the things that needed to be done, or at least were in evidence based on the reports that we reviewed, was that you needed to sort of designate staff and assign clear roles and responsibilities So somebody in the school had to wake up every day thinking about sort of the career-connected learning, not just the college preparation or the academic preparation or the basic teaching of facts and academic content, right? Somebody had to wake up every day, or one or more people had to wake up every day worrying about, how does this connect to careers? How do I make sure that students are really getting some orientation and some insight into what this is going to do for them in the long run? In addition, professional development opportunities. Many teachers are coming out of their teacher preparation programs knowing how to teach science, how to teach English, particularly in high schools. In some ways, this is about not just teaching subject matter, but teaching students. I have this mantra that I once heard from a teacher that said, high school teachers, when you ask them what they do, they'll tell you, I teach math and I teach science. When you ask an elementary school teacher, they say, I teach students, I teach third graders. This mindset has got to be part of what we find is part of the sort of the ethos of this school, in addition to making sure that they understand the links between the academics and the career-oriented or the career-connected learning opportunities. And then finally, there needs to be some school-wide activities, like things when you walk around the building, there's posters on the wall. There's an indication that we care about what you're going to do with your work life and with your adult life when you leave high school and move on to the next stage of your life. And so to the extent that these are manifest and very clear evidence as you walk around the building also seem to be a key ingredient. The second, and again, all of these things are pretty sensible, right? I don't think I'm saying anything here that hasn't already been said today. I also don't think that this is unique to the US context. These are probably things that most of you who have spent some time with secondary schools or secondary school students across the world will see much of this idea particularly of having strong partnerships with local employers, with post-secondary and tertiary education institutions and community-based organizations. And this partnership also can be quite challenging because incentivizing, as we've heard from many places around the world and throughout the day today, incentivizing those partners to actually collaborate with a high school or with a high school system can be quite challenging, but seems to be essential because it's the anchor for that connective tissue between what happens in a classroom and what happens out there in the world of work. And those partnerships are the ones that can provide that insight, and it's got to be more than just, yeah, I donated computers to my school this year, or I happen to provide an employee to go out and talk about their resume, if you will. Being connected to the local and regional labor market. It isn't just enough to say that we have a transportation academy or a transportation program in a school, but linking up with the Metropolitan Transit Authority in New York City is a really crucial element to making sure, or the John F. Kennedy Airport is a really crucial element to making sure that the career theme is deeply connected to a demand in the local labor market. And again, I'll go through some of this. I wish Brent was still here, because one of the real distinctive features of CareerWise is this fourth little bullet, or the last little bullet here around monitoring and assessing those partnerships. This has to be a two-way set of expectations where the employers are provided with some real professional development about how to work with a 15 or a 16 or a 17-year-old, and at the same time are held accountable for what that student's going to learn on the job. This is a pretty new area, but one in which I think CareerWise has really started to buckle down on and tighten down the screws on how that works. The fourth area, again with moderate evidence here, a well-articulated sequence of career-connected courses. So it isn't just that students are taking their vocational education requirements or taking an orientation to HVAC or to banking or finance. That really needs to be a sequence of courses that are connected to what they're supposed to know and be able to do, as well as helping them aim toward credentials that can actually be meaningful as they try to navigate certainly a transition to work-based learning while they're in school, but also to the world of work after they graduate. And again, here, most of this needs to be anchored in industries and in sectors that are in demand in the local economy, sequences that are also connected to sort of, if you're going to get a badge in, let's say, technology, Cisco technology, or a Google badge, making sure that the coursework students get exposed to is actually preparing them or getting them some orientation to those kinds of skills and credentials. And then finally, that the kind of support that students need to be successful there. Some of that support just has to do with sort of navigating the schedule. As I said before, that example of one of the schools where students were displacing their graduation requirements with these career-connected learning courses really does require that students are supported to be successful in their courses without compromising other aspects of their requirements for a high school credential. Interestingly, this work-based learning, which we know is crucial to any career-connected learning or career technical education system, actually has some of the weakest evidence we found. That's in part because many of the studies were not able to, the crucial outcome here would have been post-secondary employment and earnings. There have been studies to try to look at the degree to which work-based learning may influence students' academic performance by getting them more engaged in school. Many of those studies did not show positive effects. They didn't show negative effects, but most of those were sort of null or zero effect on many of the outcomes. So the evidence for this is one where, as you know, I wouldn't be a good researcher if I didn't call for more work. This is an area where I think we can really do much better at trying to figure out the degree to which a strong work-based learning program really does produce positive impacts for young people. But when we see it as part of a larger effort to improve outcomes for young people, it needs to be a continuum, we think, from what we've read and what the studies suggest. In other words, early on, students may be only focused on things that are exposing them to career areas or providing with them some awareness of what career options are. Moving on to some planning and preparation for work-based learning, which might be a course that helps them figure out what exactly they would do on the job, providing them with some orientation to a workplace, and then finally immersing them in a work-based learning experience, usually through an internship or an apprenticeship. And so on and so forth. So we have to, and another important piece of this is the employer capacity. It's one thing to recruit a partner. It's another thing to make sure that that partner is prepared to work with young people. The fifth area, fifth out of these six, has more moderate evidence. This has to do with the continuous advising. Often in the U.S. context, advising is reserved in the early grades for students who are facing serious social or family problems, calling in social workers and providing them with some scaffolding to help sort of navigate very difficult social and familiar kinds of challenges. Later on, it's mostly about college. What do you need to do to apply to college? Get your essays done. We'll send off your transcripts. What we've seen when career and technical education systems is that there's continuous advising beginning in the 9th grade that provides students with insights into what kind of coursework they should be aiming at throughout their high school careers, how they should orient themselves toward a work-based learning experience, helping them set career goals, make modifications to those career goals as they move through high school, and learn about other options that are available to them. And then leaving high school and making sure the advising system should make sure that students are leaving high school with a plan for their post-secondary education and for their work life, and sort of whether they're going to sequence that or do those two things in tandem. And then finally, another ingredient that had very strong evidence of positive effects were opportunities to attain measurable employability skills and credentials, like badging or like a certificate that certifies somebody as a programmer or as an HVAC technician or what have you. And again, this requires very strong collaboration with employers. It applies some explicit instruction both in the classroom and outside. We found here that this had a particular connection to mentoring, so that students had access to adults who had already sort of been through the process for this kind of skill building and could provide the students with some direct insight, coaching, and other sorts of support, so that they were on a path to earn the kind of credentials that they could translate into access to employment or to a work-based learning opportunity while in high school. This last slide just highlights some of the challenges that we face, particularly in the U.S. context. Most of this you've heard, so I won't repeat too much of it. Part of it, which we've talked a bit about here, is this historical practice of tracking away from college and toward lower wage careers based on race, ethnicity, or socio and economic status. That legacy continues today and really becomes quite a barrier to making this a sort of universal expectation for all students, even in New York City, where there's an attempt to get all 400,000 high school students to finish high school with a plan that includes both college and career readiness. continues to be a real challenge in some cases because of our sort of segregated school system, segregated in many ways based on expectations for students and about their potential to realize their full set of talents. Again, this college-going culture continues to conflict with career preparation in secondary schools. The administrative and teaching staff are not always aligned with the career-connected learning goals that go along with outside schools. We need to bring more educators in from the sectors in which these career and technical education fields are focusing. And then the assessments and credentials that students are usually required to complete by the time in order to graduate or earn a high school diploma in the U.S. sometimes conflicts with their accumulation of other career-connected skills, and sometimes, as in the example of School B or Program B in the slide there, it's a supplement. If you want to do that, that's great, but you still have to do all this other stuff. So students are being asked in many cases to kind of double down on accumulating these other career-connected skills. That's being worked on. New York State, for example, is undertaking a massive reorientation of its graduation requirements to include much more of these work-related learning experiences for young people. And then finally, employer engagement continues to be a real challenge. It's sometimes fluid. It's almost always, not always, it's many times done for philanthropic purposes, not necessarily for their own return on investment, and in part because of what we heard about the risk that employers take by making a big investment in internships and apprenticeships only to have those students go off someplace else and take all the training and all the investment that they made to a competitor or to some other field. And so that continues to be a challenge for folks who implement these programs. Thank you very much.
We still have 10 minutes for questions. The audience is very quiet. Maybe we didn't give them the space to ask questions. Dr. Tristan, do you have a question?
Yeah, this is super, super helpful. Thank you. So, a couple of questions. First is, you talked about the impact and evidence that you have in a high school setting. Any reason to imagine that similar things shouldn't be true in a post-secondary setting?
I can't think of any reason off the top of my head for that not to be the case. I think in some ways in some ways the incentive structures are a little different. The organization of the schools and particularly who runs the schools. I imagine you probably find that you're really at the service of whatever it is, 20,000 faculty members rather than even a university president, and there's not often an oversight that has the same leverage like in New York State, for example, the State University System of New York isn't just 56 different colleges and universities, it's 80,000 faculty members. So I think some of that stuff is what makes this more difficult in that context, but in terms of the common practice, the school culture, work-based learning, ensuring that students meet the academic and technical skill requirements and so on. I mean, I think all those things probably apply there. We also don't have a lot of evidence at the post-secondary level. There are very few studies of post-secondary education that sort of get at that set of questions very carefully. It's mostly these supplemental programs, some of which are run inside those but are not sort of explicitly part of the ethos.
So, thanks for that. That's sort of what I felt, but I want to make sure. Second question, I didn't see any mention of, Raj Chetty's recent group's work around the impact of networking on social mobility and that kind of thing. Anything to say in that?
No, other than I find that, there's a researcher in the US who has done a lot of work trying to figure out what the antecedents are to people being very successful in adulthood and in the labor market. And among the findings I think you're referring to is that people who have access to networks that get them connected to work opportunities, like for example, growing up, my dad helped me get a job with a landscaper, for example. And so that was like a personal connection there. And how do you he's found that, either through personal connections or through systematic, those kinds of networking things produce pretty strong effects on, or at least are associated with pretty strong outcomes for young people. Many of these studies, we don't really have that kind of evidence at the secondary level. Becca may know a little bit more, Laura may know a little bit more about studies that try to take on, when you try to, and the challenge here is, not just to look at it observationally in the way that Raj did, but actually try to create the conditions under which those networks are created with the explicit purpose of helping young people connect to the labor market. Mentoring is probably as close as we have, and those good mentoring programs that are on a very small scale have shown very positive effects on young people, largely through what we think are building these kinds of networks.
Yeah, it's super hard to replicate a
Yeah.
random controlled trial.
Yes, please.
Yeah, my question is about, do you see a disconnect between the conventional U.S. K through 12 education system, which is focused on getting citizens, if you will, to be at a baseline of understanding of their world, versus like this Swiss vet program, which introduces that you actually have to make a living and being purposeful in your life, so being knowledgeable and having, you know, arithmetic skills and language skills and so forth. The U.S. system, it seems like we just jump people off, right? We don't introduce a career path, which is a different path than a baseline academic curriculum. Thoughts on that?
I guess I would say, I mean, it's unfortunate. You need a U.S. educator, particularly somebody who sits on top of a big system like New York City. Harini would be much better equipped to answer that question thoughtfully than I can. But my sense is that if you ask most of those educators, they would say, absolutely, citizenship is crucial. Just as crucial as economic mobility and orienting people toward what their career is going to be in the long run. And we want to have lifelong learners. We want these people who are just not just interested in earning money or becoming good citizens, but they know how to learn. They want to learn more. So even just those three objectives, I think, creates a lot of conflict. And given that we've got almost 14,000 different jurisdictions governing what people are supposed to learn and be able to do in school, makes it a huge amount of heterogeneity in the degree to which you're oriented toward the sort of economic return on the investment in secondary schools or in K-12 generally, or in even good citizenship, which does not seem to be working very well these days, despite your characterization that maybe that's the main goal, or even just the lifelong learner outlook. So I think it's extremely complicated. It is certainly, there's probably a lot of conflict there, but if you tried to evaluate on any one of those, they would say, oh yeah, but you're missing the other 2 or 3 or 4 ingredients.
Yeah, I was thinking more about on the academic journey, right? At what point do you introduce career as a plank within that person's evolution?
Yeah, I think Harini would say earlier the better. Yeah. It's not even, elementary school would not be too late. Or too early to start. And the question then is, to what extent does that become a centerpiece of their education, and to what extent does it displace other things that they may otherwise be doing with their time? And that's where the conflict comes out, I think.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Yes, please.
My daughter recently participated in the Maryland Service Year program, which basically was right after high school, and she got paid a certain amount, and she had, training, and she got an apprenticeship certificate at the end in digital marketing. But it seems whenever I talk to people outside of Maryland, they have no idea what that is. It seems to be sort of an in-between education and full-blown sort of training. I'm just sort of wondering how prevalent are programs like that it's a very new, I think it's only been the 2nd or 3rd year that our governor started it. I'm just wondering how many programs exist like that in the country.
The main thing I think of it when you said that is City Year. And that's pretty widely spread. It does serve a lot of students, some of whom have not yet gotten their high school diploma or have instead gotten a GED, but it is for other students who have left high school or finished high school, are wondering what they're going to do next, and they can sort of at least do a sort of a transition year, trying to figure things out by doing community service or by working in a school. They're getting paid, or at least they get some housing, they get some compensation for that. So I think it's a little more common than just Maryland. But in terms of sort of a systematic way of thinking about how to help young people who leave that high school, and as we just heard from the other questioner, we just kind of drop them off at the front door. See you later. We hope we'll see you. Come back and visit at some point, but without much scaffolding about what's supposed to happen next. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We will take a break. get a coffee, and then be back for our last session.
Oh, good.
Thank you. 3:40. We have to be back at 3:30. So we have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes?
Super helpful. So let me tell you about something that's happening in Louisiana. So I wrote a study resolution to create.
Try to keep a little bit away from that.
Thank you so much. I can see that people are tired, some people are yawning. It has been a long day, but thanks for staying with us. I want to do this a little bit differently, so we will be sitting because I'm also tired and I want to sit. In this panel, I will be joined by 3 amazing people. Let me just sit and then invite people to the panel. We will have Zoe Che, Vice President, Gili Talent Development Group Director, Board of University of Sanya. She is responsible for the group's international business, preparation of key investment projects, operation of priority collaborative projects, and human resource management. Prior to joining Sanya College, she had nearly 10 years of experience at universities and international schools in positions such as senior administrator, international curriculum program coordinator, and teacher of language and theory of knowledge courses. She gained a bachelor's degree in English language and literature from Northeast Normal University in China in 1992 before attaining an MA from the same university. She gained a PhD in management from National Institute of Development Administration in Thailand. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Zoe Che.
Thank you. Distinguished experts, scholars, thank you very much for allowing me to share our perspectives. Hopefully, I'm going to contribute with one additional perspective from China, as there were lots of discussions as well as speeches going on, focusing on vocational and professional education. And for us, I represent Gili Talent Development Group, which is one of the 5 subsidiaries under Gili Holding. If I'm talking about the name of a gentleman, Mr. Li Shufu, and Volvo Car Company, maybe that will lead you to some understanding of who we are. Actually, the Gili Talent Development Group is supervising 7 different higher education institutions in mainland China. But I will use the practical experience from our applied undergraduate institutions as a starting point and structure this document around 4 key areas. Number 1 is our continuous practice in mainland China to offer applied education. And the second one is the opportunities as well as challenges that we observe, especially in the era of artificial intelligence. And the third section is our critical reflections as well as preparedness for the adaptation to the new era. And the last one, our vision for joint efforts and collaborations in order to promote future development. So as one of the, as one of the education arm for Gili Holdings, which is a global leader now for smart electric vehicle as well as new energy solution. This holding group, it does have the footprints in almost every continent and more than 30 countries. And for us, our position as an education player in mainland China, we are positioning within Geely Group to function as the intersection for academia as well as, between academia and industry. Our educational initiatives are deeply informed by real-world technological advancements, thanks to our direct access to Geely's cutting-edge work and their research areas, like in new energy, like in smart mobility, intelligent driving, as well as even satellite navigation in all around this world. This picture shows who we are, and under Geely, there are 5 subsidiaries. We are one of those. Is it out of battery or something? Oh, these pictures show a little bit about Geely's footprints in all around the world, including its research centers as well as manufacturing bases.
Maybe pointed towards the laptop.
Oh, maybe here. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. So if we want to define the milestones or development phase of Geely Talent, the educational company, we want to divide roughly 2 phases marked by the emergence of ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and all those kind of AI tools. In the first part or the first phase of our development, we are focusing on building the very close and quality link between industry and education. Thanks to our investor, founder, as well as the application field, our education can be developed based on those. And these are some figures and facts. There are 7, as I explained, the different higher education institutions under Geely Talent with an enrollment of 90,000. Over these years, we have developed talents and have alumni which accumulated to 300,000 in all. Under Geely, these are pictures and examples of our 7 higher education institutions, including, oops, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm kind of not used to. Give me 1 second. Okay, so anyways, these are pictures of the 7 higher education institutions, including the one in Hunan. I think we did have some colleagues from Hunan as well, so I'm going to skip of their practices because they did something similar. But in general, when we built our 7 different higher education institutions, on top of the Hunan one, there is one in Hainan. Hainan province is the southernmost province in mainland China. And the rest of our higher education institutions are scattered in different parts of mainland China, including Sichuan, Chengdu in Sichuan province, as well as in Nanning, Guangxi Autonomous Region. And the strategy that we implement is to build what we call industrial college. Maybe you can turn to the previous page. Yeah. And under this industrial college, there are efforts from 3 key aspects. The first one is we want to orienting our key disciplines towards strategic sectors, industrial sectors, of course. And the second one, we are aligning academic programs with top employers, with all those top companies or organizations. And the third one is product-driven key course designed to solve real-world problems. All these three aspects based on our positioning of ourselves that are applied application provider. So the following pages, maybe we can skip because those are some key practices from our Hunan institution. That's one of our institutions. And move on to the next pages. To the next. Yeah, and the second part, we do see that even though we have been making efforts in linking industry and education, because as a Chinese saying goes, the duck knows the warmth of water in the spring. So we do enjoy such privileges. However, like many practitioners in higher education sector, we understand there are lots of challenges. The scarcity of quality resources, the scarcity of application scenarios, as well, that we find that the AI native learners, they do have their very unique preference in their learning journey. So we need to find some way in order to resolve all these issues. On top of all those named or all those exemplified challenges, we find our opportunities as well. So in order to resolve those, I forgot one thing, which is also very important. That's a tailored education to each individual learner. So we do find with the empowerment of artificial intelligence, or in general, modern technology, there are also opportunities. These opportunities is also on top of our years of experiences of building the link or synergy between academia, research, and industry business. And we do find that the industry and business can inform us about what are the real problems. And the last, not that one, previous page, I'm sorry. So the last opportunity that we found is the AI really brought us the opportunity. Okay, anyways, maybe move on. Yeah, so now we're going to the reflections and readiness for change. So talking about the the reflections, we do find that there are also three aspects. The first one is we want to build some structural adjustment to rebuild universities' immune system. When we are talking about this immune system, we are talking about the university system that should be built in order to respond to the emerging change of industry on a daily basis even. So with this concept, we try to build the integration of discipline platforms, because I didn't hear anything about discipline, as the focus today is on vocational professional education, but we just position ourselves as an application education provider, but meanwhile, we want also to link or train our talents not only with skills, techniques, but we want to offer to the learners some basic disciplinary understanding and awareness. That's why. And the second one is alignment of flexible. It says flexible here, but my understanding, it should be agile academic programs with real-world scenarios. And the last one is modular course combinations. We do not want to see the fixed courses. We want to see the courses in the form of models in order to make it easier change, in order to also respond or react on the change of the world. To the next page. So the second aspect is in relation to the embracing of AI. We want to see the systematic change to embrace AI. Next one, which is also important, we are prepared ourselves by developing a AI-powered smart learning platform. So I heard also the voice of AI. For us, we have already in practice. And this AI-powered smart learning platform is in place, up and going. We are using it. We have partners who are using it. To the next. And the last part, I'd like to talk about a shared future, co-creating a new education in the era of artificial intelligence. So that's the second phase of development for us. We want to see some due-driven practice by tech and by education operations. Move on. With this, there is a proposal. Actually, this is by Mr. Li Shufu, the board chairman of Geely Holdings, at one of the international conference on educational and vocational training last year, in November last year. It was a kind of ministerial level conference. At that conference, he, together with the CEO and president of Geely Talent, the educational group, proposed the 3 Trans-X Campus initiative, indicating trans-sectoral, trans-regional, as well as trans-dimensional. We refer to trans-sectoral. We want to see still the very close, the seamless link between industry and education. By proposing trans-regional, we do not want to see students to be exposed to one culture. We want to see them to be exposed to multicultural. And we want to offer students the learning experience in multi-campus, in multi-universities, on multi-campuses. And the last one is multi-dimensional. We do want to see a seamless transfer in the physical campus and the virtual campus environment. So with this proposal, we have built collaborations and established partnerships with the universities, higher education institutions in the United States, in New York actually, as well as in Europe. We identified France as well as Italy as our first 2 partners. We have also partners in South America with the Argentina University, in Southeast Asian region, as well in Central Asia region. So I'm here today also calling for partnerships from different organizations, different shareholders, in order to promote, because we do understand future is here with us. We do want to work with joint efforts to promote an educational model that adaptive to future. So thank you very much. Sorry for the...
Ms. Zoe, excuse me, sorry, please. So that later we can invite the audience to ask their questions. And I would like to invite Michael and also Inarbi to come and sit so that we continue presenting. Michael? I just want to run this panel a bit differently so that we can engage in a conversation and also invite the audience to share their reflections and ask questions later on. So Zoe, in the end, you said something very, very important. You said that you are looking for collaborations. I think one of the reasons that we have gathered here today is to see how we can transfer certain successful vocational education models to other countries in the world. It's been almost 2 years since I'm in the United States, including my studies at Harvard University. And whenever I'm seeing education leaders, owners of institutions, business owners, and I speak to them and I say, what market are you targeting? Most of them say, the United States. United States has too many successful examples which could be transferred to other parts of the world. And I think when it comes to challenge facing scaling up quality vocational education programs, for instance, in a country like the United States, due to certain political economic structures, they might work in other parts of the world, in a region like Middle East. When people say Middle East, people outside Middle East see it as one continent with countries very similar to each other, which is not the case. Middle East has a very important geopolitical location. We all know where it is located. We have 17 countries there, which are very, very different. We have 3 main groups of Middle Eastern countries. A group which are oil and gas-rich countries with 48% of world's oil reserve and 40% of gas reserves of the world. We have another group which do not have oil, and they have other sources of income, which is mainly agriculture and tourism. And we have a group which are post-conflict countries in the Middle East. Middle East is a very vibrant, extremely dynamic region. Things change so fast. And it has a very interesting history, which I'm sure most of you know about. I'm originally a Kurd from northern Iraq. I'm not an Arab. I have different roots, but people do not know that. So every time I have to explain that I'm not Arab, but I'm from Mesopotamia, I'm from Middle East. And we have 55% of the population under the age of 30. So we have a young, very young population, which is a bless, but at the same time it's a problem because we have a high rate of unemployment. And we have 35+% of the population under the age of 15. That also has good side and bad sides. It depends on what we want to do with this young generation. The GCC oil selling countries are developing so fast. They have 2030 vision. Countries are investing a lot in different sectors. Until now, one of the issues when it comes to vocational education in the Middle East has been Middle Eastern countries have been dependent on expats when it comes to labor force. We had most of the people coming from India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh working in the Middle East because the GDP was high, population was small, and most of the families were going for an academic degree for their kids. But later, with this growing population, due to different religious reasons, we know in religious communities, populations are growing faster. And now, the governments in the Middle East want to create their own labor force and do not depend on external labor coming to the country. Countries which are post-conflict countries are also investing in vocational education because now they are stable, there is no war, except for some parts like Palestine and Israel. Other parts are quite stable, there's security, the economy is booming, and international organizations are investing in vocational education. And there are millions of refugees for whom they will have to find jobs. So they also have started investing in vocational education. And for the other non-oil selling countries, they want to diversify the economy more and make sure that they find jobs for the 30% of the people who are not employed. I'll try to keep it short. We have three main challenges when it comes to vocational education in this huge, very wealthy continent. One of them is fragmented governance when it comes to vocational education. Too many governmental institutions are involved. We have the Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Council of Ministers, and then in between things get lost and never executed. So now, what the governments are doing, they are creating higher councils, which are supervised by the Office of the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers directly, and they are the highest executive units that oversee vocational education programs across the Middle East. A country like Saudi Arabia just they opened their 350th vocational education institution funded by the government, which is a very good news, something we never knew that would happen in a country like Saudi Arabia. Egypt, with a huge population, has enrolled over 2 million students in vocational educational institutions. The second issue is the stigma and gender inequality. We did not have women in vocational education. We did not even have women in educational institutions in certain parts of the Middle East. So now the government is investing lots of money. They have brought on board companies to make sure that they hire more women and that our women get training when it comes to vocational education. But still, because the pay is not very good and privileged families still go for an academic degree, vocational education is the second best option in those societies. And the third problem, it's a challenge, is not having quality vocational education programs. Most of our schools, we have around 48,000 schools across the region, and we need 35,000 more schools because the population is growing so fast. Most of them are knowledge-based educational institutions, not skills-based institutions. But it has started to change, especially in the GCC countries, because they will have to reach to 2030 vision and achieve those goals. So hopefully, I hope we can learn from each other and try to find ways to transfer certain models. Today we learned a lot about Switzerland, about China, about experiences in the United States. We heard from senior researchers. And I think it's time to find ways to transfer these successful models to outside the United States, outside China, outside Switzerland. And one of the reasons that I'm here today is to learn, and hopefully when I go back in 2 weeks, I'll be meeting with our stakeholders back home and see how we can all help each other and find solutions for global challenges that we are facing. Thank you so much. Now I would like to introduce my colleague, who's a Forum for World Education's young leader, Michael Jiang. He is the CEO of USX Robot. Michael Jiang is a seasoned executive with nearly 2 decades of experience spanning venture capital, investment banking, and technology entrepreneurship. He began his career in investment banking before going on to co-found and lead venture capital funds and advisory firms across New York, California, and Beijing for more than a decade, focusing on technology investment and IPO advisory. Michael co-founded and headed the equity investment banking division at TFI Securities, a Hong Kong-based securities firm. He co-founded USX Robot, where he now serves as the CEO. The company is dedicated to building a robust, smart robotics ecosystem in the age of AI, bringing advanced robotic and AI solutions to North America, GCC, and EU. Under his leadership, USX Robot is pioneering the integration of AI robotics and service automation at scale. Michael is a recognized expert in private equity, venture capital, cross-border M&A, and IPO advisory. Over his career, he has successfully executed multi-billion-dollar transactions for both public and private companies across USA and Asia, contributing to their long-term growth and global expansion. Join me to welcome Michael. You're welcome. Yes.
So good afternoon. Thank you for having me here, and I really appreciate Sarah for the kind introduction. So basically that today we see that here we have lots of the speakers and the colleagues. Most of them, they are we have a policy makers here, we have the educators here, we also have the academics here. So for me, as Sarah introduced, that I used to be in my past. In the first 20 years of my career, I was a financier. I was an investment banker and also the venture capitalist. But the reason is today that I changed my career path to in my words, I'm full in. I'm all in to the AI and the robotic. It's because from my observation in the past 10 years, I see this is right now the fourth industrial revolution already start. And also that I do believe that AI and robotics technology is going to reshape the human history. So that's why that I decided, to put, I would say, not only to ditch what I've been achieved in the financial world, but rather to bring those knowledge into the new adventure, to start a new chapter. So anyway, I would just say that, before I started today, I would like everyone to recall that, think this way. 250 years ago, that was the first industrial revolution. About 120 years ago, that's the start of the second industrial revolution. 40 years ago, that's the start of the third industrial revolution. Less than 10 years ago, that's the fourth industrial revolution, which is apparently the main iconic elements would be the AI and also robot. So I would say, and in another way, thinking that 20 years ago, we just start adopting to using the emails, right? And then that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we start using the smartphones without the buttons. And then thinking there's 5 years ago, we start using the Zoom, right, remote working. And 3 years ago or 2 years ago, we started using the ChatGPT. And then today, I do believe that most of the, the colleagues here, the speakers here, we use AI to refine our works every day. So in another way, I would say the technology, we already witnessed a world reshaped by the advancement of technology rapidly. So that's why I think but in today's world about AI or robotic or technology advancement, what's really, really deficient and brain to thinking about what we shall do to the education and also the career build path. So that's why that I appreciate that I was invited today to start give you this presentation. So I will say that, as of today, I think that AI just doesn't assist our work. It also defines how we live, how we learn and lead. The global question today is no longer that what we should teach and what we should study, but actually it's lead to how can we help the people keep learning when everything is changing so rapidly. So I would say that, as in this slide, we see that, right? So that the next will be the global shift in the work and the learning. So early this morning, lots of the speakers shared about what Switzerland, the German, and the Singapore, China, and even the US about the vocational reform. But so basically, I think that today, the whole world, all the nations of the globally already realized that those technical and the vocational education, it's vital for the young generation, for the students and for the workforce about to prepare them for today's world. And also we do believe that those is a key elements in education to prepare the people to embrace about the intelligent and automated economy and what it's gonna to bring. So in this scenario, right? So I do believe that AI and the robotics are transforming not just about from the factory to the hospitals, but also from the farms to the hotels, from the classroom to our retail shops. So this is not just like a technological change. This is how a learning revolution already starts. So I will say the key message right now is just the future belongs not to those who know, but to those who can keep learning. And also, as earlier I mentioned to everybody to thinking about what we use, right? So now I list industry's case study about in the past 30 to 20 years, how many company has failed, and also how many business has thrived. So yes, in this slide, we can see, thinking this way, right? 20 years ago, we're still using Nokia, right? 15 years ago, everybody using the BlackBerry. So we even have a illness called the BlackBerry thumb. Everybody is so pain about their thumb. So, but today, I would say, thinking about Apple and Samsung. So they are the leader of the smartphone industry. Why? Because they reinvent user experience, but not just about hardware. Remember that Nokia used to have a name that it's a tag. You can throw Nokia anywhere. It's not going to break. But who cares today? Everybody needs a bigger screen, faster processor, and also a function, the camera, right, can record it. So, that's the thing. And also thinking about the Ford, the GM, and also Tesla, BYD. So in that case, right, so I mean, I'm not saying the Ford and GM, they're bad, but I was saying that, but the Tesla and the BYD, they are taking over the automobile industry like crazy. Why? Because this company, they are software first mindset. In other words, they're thinking about, besides thinking about engineering, building the best of the combustion engine, but they're thinking about how to make the driving, the FSD, the full auto driving, it's more driving. And then next, we're talking about Boeing's aerospace, and now SpaceX, right? So I would say, just also yesterday, SpaceX, they launched the very successful, the rockets into the space, the orbital. But Boeing, if we recall that a year ago, they have a failure even to retreat 2 astronauts from the International Space Station. Why? I mean, people saying that, SpaceX, they launched the rocket, rocket busted into the flame. But it doesn't stop. The SpaceX started from the failure quickly, and then they evolve quickly. So in other words, learning from the failure actually accelerates innovation, rather than just struggle the business, thinking about all the compliance and the quality control. On the other hand, we're thinking about retail, Shears and Toys R Us. They run our business, no more. On the other hand, Amazon, everybody using Amazon every day. Shein, young generation buying clothing from the Shein. So this is what the lesson learned is adaptation to how people want to live and buy actually give you the business. On the other hand, traditional bank and taxi. On the other side, this is, we said, Strip and Uber, right? Think this way. 10 years ago, everybody taking a taxi. At the raining day, there's no way you can grab a taxi easily in Manhattan. But today, you're using Uber. You can wait comfortably in the room, call Uber. When the Uber driver arrives, they send you a message. So in other way that, this is but before when Uber, I remember when Uber first launched, right? People worry about the trust. I don't want to step in just a stranger's vehicle. I don't know how that guy is driving. But see, everybody using Uber now. But the traditional taxi, it's like the competitiveness is shrinking. On the other hand, the Intel, actually we shall put Yahoo, not HP here. So think the Intel versus NVIDIA, and the Yahoo versus Facebook or Meta. So those Intel and the Yahoo, they are going downward. But NVIDIA right now is the hottest one. Meta is one of the hottest, like Magnificent Seven company, because they both use adoption and renovation to drive their competitiveness. And also like a degree-only system, the traditional university and the college teaching, and they're using as today is like Coursera and AI tutors. So for that, it's like a lifelong learning beats the one-time credentials. So for all those I'm listing here, it's like trying to give you the insights about. So as of today, the greatest divide isn't between the East and the West, rich and poor. It's also between the quick learners and the non-learners, the quick adapters and the non-adapters. So the next was what does it mean for education and study skills? In my view, the AI will not replace teachers, but the teachers who use AI will replace who do not. Technical skills now expires faster than ever. So I believe that right now our goal must be to teach how to learn, not just what to learn. So as of today, today's students and workers, they need, number one, I think is digital literacy. I would say OECD, UN, or all the educator like globally. Previously, I would say 20 years ago, trying to reduce the literacy, trying to increase the literacy rate globally, especially in the developing country. Also today, I would say even in the developed country, we should looking into the digital literacy. In other words, also today's students and the workers, they need to understand the data, they need to understand about the algorithms, they need to also understand about the ethics behind those like digital, the digital content. On the other hand, also today, like a human-machine collaboration is very important. So in my one of my case study, right? So we deployed the security robot at a very well-known hotel brand, their premises. Originally, the management of that hotel brand worry about the security, their security staff. They say, oh, most of them they're just like high school education. They are worried that whether their security staff can really coexist with the robot. But actually, the fact is, even though there's a learning curve, it took them about 2 months to really to learn it and to get used to it. But as of today, that the team works, it's between the human technology, it's coexists flawlessly. And the third is about the creative and adaptive thinking. That I would say some of the problems AI cannot, because AI is all about based on what's already been published, in the internet, on the internet, or like in the literature. But some of the creative thinking or adaptive thinking, the AI, they are not taught to being so. So that's what our humans' advantage has, and also it's like a lifelong learning habits. Always keep curiosity. Always have the reflection about something is good, something's bad, and also the human, we always have a resilience to learn from the failure. So this is why I think the study skill for the AI era should include the self-directed learning, the project-based collaboration, the like interactive reflection, the learning, testing, improving, and just like what I just said, like SpaceX and Tesla. They learn from the failure, they quickly make the adaptation, they refine their product, their procedure, and eventually they are going to achieve the good success. So the next is about building inclusive, future-ready teaching the system. I would say the next frontier is not just about training the worker, but rather to empowering the learners. So I think that global collaboration today should focus on aligning the culture, the curriculums with the AI need, and also ensuring the open access digital learning platform. So that's why that we see that a lot of the AI company, they name them as open sourced. Once they're open sourced, the more people is using them, more people start putting the input the data for them, the better for this platform. And also, we do believe that recognizing the skills across the border is also very important. Like as I mentioned earlier, in today's world, regardless of what the geopolitics it's happening, regardless of what the different countries' administration, the government, it's shouting at, but in the true world, in the true economy, in the true like a human world, right? Those like the global, the border have already been diminished. That's been gone. So in other words, as of today, right? So the culture, the knowledge, and all the like algorithm, right? The AI search engine has been shared globally. There's no way you can build a wall to stop that. So that's why I think that the inclusivity is not a charity; it's a strategy. It's a must. And then the next is about the redefinition of the vocational. So think this way, right? Switzerland, I would say 300 years ago, 200 years ago, the vocational training used to be a training for one trade, right? Switzerland, even today, still have the best, fine timepiece craftsmanship. But on the other hand, right? So today, the vocational is not only about one trade only. It means cultivating the ability to reinvent oneself. So I think that today's new vocational graduate, should be the problem solver, a designer, a collaborator with machines. So in this sense, we think that technical education becomes a leadership education. So who can provide the students with the interpersonal skills to build their confidence about to communicate with the others. And the most important thing, as earlier I was talking with Melinda, we're talking about the most important thing about how to build the trust, how to create the trust immediately when you enter into a meeting, when you enter into a business talking, or even like a teaching, how to build the trust. It's the most important thing, rather than just learning about some static knowledge, right? Some from the books, from the internet. So the next is about from survival to significance. So I would say, let's return to what I listed earlier about those business. Some falls, some thrives. So in my observation, the company that thrived, let's say the Apple, Tesla, SpaceX, Netflix, and NVIDIA. So all those companies keep thriving is because they have one thing in common. So they learn faster than the world change. They learn faster than their competitors. They adopt the changes. They embrace the changes and they change their own strategy faster than their competitors. So that's why those companies can thrive. But for those companies who always live on their legacy, they eventually failed. So the same, I think, will be applied to our learners, the institutions, and the nations. So I think education must move from transmitting knowledge to build adaptability, from teaching skills to teaching learning itself, to teach the students how to learn them. So for the closing, right, I will mention about even today, people are talking about the challenge of the AI, how we survive the AI challenge. In my view, we as a human, we still have tons of advantage that AI, the algorithm, they don't have. Because I think for our humanity is can we keep learning faster than the machine evolve? If we can build a system, let's say we can build an AI system. See, right now, as of today, the fastest chips built by NVIDIA still by humans. Human engineer build those chips, and human programs, coders build those algorithms. So in other words, that can we keep learning faster than the machine evolves? If we can build systems where curiosity, adaptability, and compassion are as important as coding, then AI will not define our future, which is we as a human, we will define our future. So in other words, technology always changes fast, even at today's rate. But the human purpose must always lead. So in my reflection of today's the conference, I would say the future of the education is not about surviving the automation and AI. It's all about how we shape it. Thank you very much.
My mic is not working. Thank you, Michael. And I totally agree with you that we have to start with AI and tech literacy. No, it's not working. Thank you so much. I totally agree with you that we have to start with tech and AI literacy, its foundations, application, and its integration into our already existing systems. Thank you. Thanks, Michael. We will have a presentation by our last panelist, Ms. Inarbi Nicole, the founder of Billionaire Moms. Wow, fancy name. Everyone wants to become a billionaire mom. Inarbi Nicole is the founder of Billionaire Moms, a Baltimore-based nonprofit that empowers underserved mothers to build wealth, confidence, and leadership. Since 2021, she has helped women, especially from marginalized communities, gain the skills and opportunities to achieve economic independence and lasting change. Her work brings together education, wellness, and entrepreneurship to help mothers turn their potential into sustainable success. Please welcome Ms. Inarbi.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, everyone. I promise I won't be too long. All right, so I'm going to actually, they didn't add it in there, but I'm also the CEO of Billionaire Beauty. I know a lot of people's like, billionaire, what does that mean? Does that mean I have $1 billion in my account? No, it does not. But what it does mean is that having $1 billion resources are important, and the mindset to be able to create legacy and generational wealth. So I'm Inarbi Nicole Campbell. I am a Baltimore native, mother of twin 12-year-old girls. I'm just so excited to have one of my twin girls, Brielle, here with me today. That's the great thing of being able to homeschool my daughters. They get to be able to travel along with me and also be able to learn presentation and learn about education outside of the school walls. I am a senior cosmetologist. I have been a senior cosmetologist for over 15 years. I am also a trichologist for 3 years, where I specialize in hair loss and scalp disorders. And I'm the founder of Billionaire Moms Incorporated and the CEO of Billionaire Beauty. Now, before I speak, I'd like to ask a quick question. Raise your hand if you visited a barber or a salon in the last month. All right. Keep your hands raised if you went not just to look good, but to feel good. Okay, exactly. That moment of care and transformation is what millions experience daily, created by beauty professionals across the world. Yet, those same professionals, mostly women, are often excluded from the global conversation about vocational education and workforce development. That's why I'm here, to reimagine how beauty can be both an educational and economic engine for women and family across the world. The global beauty and scalp care industry is valued at over $103.9 billion and projected to double by 2032. But here's the problem. 85% of this workforce are women, yet less than 2% own brands, academies, or salons. Our current vocational system trains artists, but not entrepreneurs. We learn how to style hair, but not how to build a business, access to capital, or create legacy wealth. And because beauty is seen as a small business, funding and resources often pass us by, even though we are the pillars of self-care and presentation. Every executive, influencer, and policymaker you know has sat in someone's chair. We literally shape how the world shows up. So it's time that we shape the system that empower the people behind those chairs. Those are my daughters. Okay. Billionaire Beauty is a global ecosystem that merges beauty, education, wellness, and technology to empower women. It's built on 4 pillars. Number 1, luxury retail products. Who love products? Anything that's for the face, the hair, the glow up, we all love products, right? So this can be distributed by beauty professionals to sell to clients or in retail stores. Our Billionaire Beauty Wellness Teas, which I just launched last week in Paris, 3 teas that we have launched. One is called Rooted, which is for hair growth and scalp health. The second one is called Radiance for glowing skin. And the third one is called Clarity for focus and mental balance. These teas represent wellness as part of vocational longevity, supporting the mind and body of the beauty professionals and their clients. The second pillar that we have is the educational platform, a virtual academy offering advanced certifications in extensions or trichology, scalp recovery, luxury client experience, combined with modules on business, branding, and finance. The third pillar is community impact. So through Billionaire Moms, Inc., we create workforce programs that merge vocational education with entrepreneurship, motherhood support, and wellness. And the last pillar would be technology and innovation. Now, we're looking to launch this in 2027. It's the Billionaire Beauty app, which connects licensed stylists with global luxury clients, turning local talent into international service providers. This isn't just a brand, it's a movement for vocational equity. Here's my story. At the age of 12 years old, I had a passion for beauty, and I knew exactly what I wanted, but my parents was afraid of the competition in beauty. So they said, hey, why don't you go to college, become a computer engineer, do all of the things that's non-competitive and will bring wealth. But that didn't speak to my soul because I had a passion. And so being 12 years old, going through all the roles, going to college, and having a corporate job but still empty because the passion wasn't there, I decided to leave my job and enroll myself into a beauty school. And so from there, that's when I saw what my passion was about, and I understood that I can create wealth doing that. Now, my journey started behind a salon chair. So as a mother of twins, I didn't have much, but I had my license, my hands, and my faith. Vocational education gave me the freedom to build a six-figure career. I'm talking about making $1 million behind the chair, traveling the world, and eventually I opened my own salon. Then I became a trichologist, merging beauty and paramedical wellness. I treat clients recovering from stress, hormonal imbalances, and even chemotherapy. Trichology bridges science and self-care. It's where the medical world meets the beauty chair. I also created an apprenticeship program for youth ages 16 and up, helping them learn cosmetology, discipline, and entrepreneurship early. These programs give them a choice beyond the traditional classroom, a path to dignity, skill, and income. This is what vocational education looks like when it's rooted in purpose. Globally, technical and vocational education and training programs increase employment outcomes by up to 20%. But in the beauty industry, less than 5% of training includes business or finance. That's the gap for Billionaire Beauty fills. We teach stylists not to only master a technique, but to understand contracts, marketing, and capital. We integrate financial literacy, mental health, and wellness in every course, because burnout and underpricing are not business models. They're symptoms of systems that never included us in the conversation. The future of beauty education is holistic, tech-powered, and wealth-driven. And it's time for organizations like FWE to help bring that vision to the world. The future of billionaire beauty, oh, you can go back, you keep it on the last one, sorry. Like I said, as of last Sunday, we officially launched Billionaire Beauty in Paris, making it not just a product launch, but the beginning of a global movement, redefining what luxury education and empowerment looks like in the beauty industry. Our vision for the future is to build a global network of billionaire beauty demo and content studios, creative spaces where beauty professionals, educators, and innovators can gather to learn, create, and collaborate. These will be located in the world's most influential beauty and business capitals, like Dubai, Paris, London, Geneva, Shanghai, and across Africa. Each studio will serve as a billionaire beauty hub, part training academy, part production house, and part wellness experience. Inside, stylists and educators will be able to film tutorials, host masterclass, and develop content that connects local techniques with global audiences. Alongside these spaces, we're launching the Virtual Education Portal, which is a digital university of beauty and wellness. This platform makes high-end beauty education accessible to anyone, anywhere in the world. Creating true technical vocational education training alignment where skill, wellness, and wealth intersect. But the real power lies in the community we're building, a global network of certified billionaire beauty educators and instructors who will carry the standard into salons, schools, and wellness centers around the world. Through them, we will not only elevate the industry, but also open doors for women to become self-sufficient, creative entrepreneurs who will build generational wealth through skill. So when we say billionaire beauty is going global, we mean more than expansion. We mean transformation of education, of access, of opportunity. And where luxury meets learning and beauty becomes a bridge for freedom. So here's what I'm saying today to you. I'm looking for partners with Billionaire Beauty to create a global beauty and wellness workforce initiative. Together, we can scale certified vocational programs in underrepresented regions from Baltimore to Dubai. We can create strategic introductions, connect us with the global universities, ministries of education, and vocational programs that can accredit and distribute our courses. We need access to capital, introduce funding partners who believe in vocational equity and women-led industries. Representation, opportunities to showcase our model for future global summits, highlighting beauty as a workforce development driver. Together, we can train over 100,000 women entrepreneurs in 10 countries by 2030, creating ripple effects in employment, wellness, and generational wealth. In my closing, vocational education changed my life and the lives of my children. It gave me freedom, purpose, and power. Now I'm paying that forward, helping mothers, youth, and beauty professionals worldwide to do the same. When you invest in beauty education, you're not funding vanity, you're fueling vitality. You're creating jobs and confidence and generational stability. So as we reflect and recommend for the future, let's expand our definition of vocational excellence. Let's make space for creativity, wellness, and women economic power. Because when women in beauty learn to build wealth, they don't change their lives, but they change the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, that was amazing. Thank you so much. Thanks for this informative, interesting presentation. I think everybody will run to you after the end of the meeting. We will be, so I really want to invite the audience to share any reflections, questions, insights. I know everyone is very tired, but we would love to hear from the audience, maybe from one or two people, anything that you want to share, any comments. Yes, please.
I just wanted to thank everyone for especially in this panel, for creating such a level of inspiration in so many different domains. And I think the interconnectivity of the concept of education and success, however applied, is global and universal, and we all are taking away from this conference our definitions and how we're going to implement changes in our own education systems that we touch and shape and build into our own measures of success. One thing I think, and Artie, you touched on that I wanted to bring up actually earlier in the context of another speaker, is how you create skilled workers but transform them into business owners. Because skilled workers will be employees and will never generate wealth. And so a skilled workforce is one thing, but then creating, and I come at this from the lens of Columbia Business School, so I have my bend and my bias towards business education as an educator. But I do think that the business and entrepreneurship structures, such as basic accounting, corporate finance, capital structure, even the fundamentals of networking, how to create good presentations, pitch decks for VC firms, that is fundamental for taking skilled labor, skilled workforce into ownership. And only owners have wealth. And so it's really important, I think, when even taught at the high school level and elementary school level, the concept of finding a training and a skill, but also understanding what that looks like in an ownership structure. But I'm so excited because my brain is on fire today. So I just wanted to thank everybody.
Thank you, thanks to you. Thank you so much, thanks for everyone. We will be having closing remarks by Dr. Rebecca, and then it's the end of the meeting. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm going to keep my remarks very short because this has been just my brain is on fire. But I do want to thank some people who made this event possible. All of you out there who have been listening to all of this today. But I want to come back and say, our sort of CEO of FWE, Dr. Cheng Davis, she was the brains behind, we need to do this. So we have a big thank you to her. But I'm not done yet. You wait. You get your time. See, I have to. There's a little bit of control here that has to go on. Mr. Bentley Zhao, he's going to get his time too. But I want to, he also was a sponsor of this event and also gave us some wonderful remarks this morning that are sticking in my brain. So we want to thank him. Yes. We couldn't have done this without Sarah, who just sort of, kept the clock and sort of saved us when we were sort of drowning this morning. And everybody thought no lunch, but she did it. So Melka Badakian here, who is behind the scenes. So you haven't probably heard as much from her, except the emails that some of you got. But she was like at my side all through this. So let's thank her. Speakers friends, there are a lot of elves in the room who've been sort of doing magic. We've had April and Joe and David and Chi-Chi and Grace, and so all these folks who have been around to sort of making sure you got coffee and tea, and that when the computer didn't work, we got that. And to all of you who came and spoke here, we were sort of just sweating for days about which order, who goes next. I don't know if it was magic on the platforms here, but you seem to whoever went first, the next one just sort of picked up the ball and kicked it down the field a little further. So thank you to all of the presenters. And now I'm going to give Bentley an opportunity to say something, and then we're going to let Dr. Chen Davis sort of close us out with. So Bentley goes first. Chen, you get second.
I believe, I must make some closing remark, here. I want to say, right, I know that today's meeting so long, but as a businessman, I believe I have been deeply benefit from the education. As a board member of WE, right, so I want to really call out my fellow board member, is try to bring more valuable person like Rebecca, more educator. Let us just continue support for FW, continue support for Dr. Davis, and know that this is our fourth year or fifth year for our FW. Think about education, take from elementary school, junior high school to college time. It takes about 10 plus years. We're only about 4 or 5 years. So we have a very long mission to continue FWE. Let's make our FWE stronger, bigger, and benefit our next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you very much. And I think everybody, I really, really appreciate you sit here whole day, listen to all of these speakers, which is incredible. And thank you so much for planning, and Dr. Rebecca Maynard and Milka, and everyone working make this conference possible. Also, again, I thank you, my boss and the board member. And the board members support this very important event as Bennett and Eileen. And they are not just financially support us, also they spend time with us, which they have a big company to running, but they sit here, listen, working with us. This is the good business people to come to our event, leading us. This is why FWE built the bridge and built the stage for business community to talking about education. So thank you so much. now I have the big news to tell everybody, because FWE had the first meeting and September. That meeting is focused on the education diplomacy. And we invite the local community and from the west of the New York and complete the disadvantaged population. And we have a very, very good person, Monica. And I met with her as one of the fashion evening, and she dressed so beautifully. So I sat next to her. So then we met each other. What she brings to us is incredible community in the West New York, as Holland. And all of these black students play soccer 19 years. And she supporting them. She leading this organization to us. So FWE, finally, our board understand we need to help this organization. We are going to working with them and raise money and to bring the kids have the good skill in the future and also help them to visit different countries. So this is what we decide to do. So they are sitting there and waiting for me to make this announcement. So let us welcome the Monica.
Wow, thank you so much. Look at this amazing. Wow, guys, thank you so much. Goodness gracious. I'm just going to say a brief little thing, and then I wanted to invite FC Harlem up. So as Dr. Davis said, and I so appreciate the board of FWE realizing the opportunity here of bringing the minority community that is working so hard and building something, along with the sports community. They are in the process of building their first Harlem-based MLS team. And they're starting with the young, and what they're doing is building the whole educational forum. So they're starting with understanding that the youth don't have the opportunities that other people have by not being able to be in the right place. So what they're doing is creating a coalition together. We're building the school out. FWE will be a part of building the education in a way that all of you amazing people have talked about. What is the next generation? Starting small, adding it into different times. I'd like to invite FC Harlem up. What they've created, the gentleman here today, is from Toulouse, France, who has come here where they have already begun the educational forum. They've been to China. They're working in different countries already. It's just that we are behind the times. So for us, it was just trying to find the educational space to make sense in this endeavor. And I want to thank Dr. Davis, the board, Mr. Chung, thank you really for noticing that there is an opportunity here. There is the global initiative now where the team are coming in for the global I'm sorry, my brain went. The World Cup. So using education and using the Soccer World Cup to be able to fund this, to see where we can go with this. Most of soccer is from minority backgrounds. A lot of them would have never had the opportunity they had if not for being just very talented. So the goal is to add the talent, but also create the education to make these leaders is what FWE is about. Creating leaders in spaces that would never had the opportunity. So I welcome Remy Lorette to please come up and give just a few moments to thank this organization for realizing they're right here, right in Harlem, and there's so much that we can happen. Again, I appreciate it.
Thank you. First of all, sorry for my English or for my accent. I come from France, from Toulouse, okay? So it is a privilege for me to be here. First of all, I would like to introduce myself to give you a better understanding of my presence. So I'm the head of football for Toulouse Football Club. Toulouse Football Club is a professional club in France, in First League. And it is my 28th season in the club. So I was a professional player in the club. And after my career, I got a bachelor in sport management. And I was the director on the academy in Toulouse. And our academy is the top 10 in the world now. Before to develop a good player, we have to propose a very good education. So education, it is a priority of our program. It is our DNA. And for 13 years, we managed to develop player, but as well a good citizen. To play soccer, we have to develop smart players. Soccer is an intelligence sport. And to have the right balance between education and sport, I created in Toulouse our own private high school, integrated totally in our academy. So to have the right balance between education and sports, to develop the well-being of the kids. And since 5 years, I changed of position. I'm the head of football development now and develop many international partnerships. And I know very well China because we signed a partnership with the Chinese Academy in 2015 in Shenzhen. So I visited many times China, and I organized many coaching education, and we have welcomed as well Chinese kids in summer camp in Toulouse. So it was an incredible experience for our players as well to exchange, because soccer is universal. And thanks a lot for this forum today. Just to talk about FCRLM and FWE, I would like to say sport is education and education is sport. I think that makes sense because when we develop a player, this player develops many skills and abilities. It can be very useful, helpful for a company. The winning culture, the resilience, the capacity to develop a teamwork. So I think it is a real competitive advantage for a company to hire a former player or an athlete. Okay. Now I would like to talk about FCRLM. We signed a technical partnership with Toulouse 2 years ago. So I come frequently in New York to develop the Academy of FCRLM, from the bottom to the high level. So we have now 2 teams, U13, U14, in MLS Next. It is the best league in USA. And we are the only program, a free program. It is a free program for the kids. Most of the program in USA, it is a pay-to-play. Our program is free. So we want to give the chance to many kids from the community to develop their skills on and off the field. So it's for that, thanks to Monique and the Arch Group, we met Dr. Davis and FWE to think through about a potential partnership. So we are very honored today to announce this partnership. And the goal is to set up the educational program for the kids of the field. So we have the will to set up middle school, high school, to propose them the best education for their future. So I'm very happy. Sorry for my English, but I learned a lot today about the contents of the forum, and I am at your disposal if you have any questions. We develop the project thanks to the donation, because we are a non-profit organization, and thanks a lot FWE for your trust.
Yeah, there's lots of potential there. Thank you so much. Thanks for everyone. We will have a group photo here, I think, in the side. Shall we gather here? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Please, all of you come here. Yeah, thank you.
I think it's a group
Yes, we are.